Okay, I'm starting the meeting now. Let's take about 10 seconds.
We good? Okay. All right. Welcome everybody to our January board meeting, our organizational meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. There is a flag, was a flag in Travis's office. And I think there it is. Thanks, Travis. All right. And Jack, I'm going to ask you as our newest member to lead us in the pledge.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
I want to welcome our newest board member, John, also known as Jack Thayer, and we'll let him introduce himself in a few minutes. I do want to proceed with our swearing in of our new board members, which would be Mike Ahern, Jessica, John/Jack, and myself. So Brian, would you swear me in, please? You're on mute, Brian.
I'm trying to go back to the. Can you put it on the main screen there? Can you put the? Yeah, I don't have that oath right here.
Okay, that's okay. I will go to our other board members.
Let me see if I can find. I'm not sure how to go backwards.
So Jessica, do you have a copy?
I do.
Could you do the honors, please?
Yes. I,
Carrie Germain,
do solemnly swear that I will support.
I do solemnly swear that I will support
the Constitution of this state,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state,
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office
of member of the Board of Education of Swartz Creek Community Schools,
a member of the Board of Education of Swartz Creek Community Schools,
Genesee County, Michigan, according to the best of my ability.
Genesee County, Michigan, according to the best of my ability. Thank you, Jessica. All right, now Jessica, Mike, and John, if you could raise your right hands, please, and repeat after me. I, say your name.
I, John Sayer,
Jessica Leneve,
do solemnly swear that I will support
do solemnly swear that I will
support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this state,
and the Constitution of this state,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties
of the office
of member of the Board of Education of Swartz Creek Community Schools,
of member of
the Board of Education of Swartz Creek Community Schools,
Genesee County, Michigan,
Genesee County, Michigan,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, we have, as I understand it, an opportunity for public comments related to our agenda. And I'm told that we have several folks who would like to comment. Please state your name for the record and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
All right, first up, Jacob Winter, please.
Jacob?
All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna go on. I'm not sure if he's on here or not, but next up would be.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I thought that it would automatically unmute me when you pulled me on. Sorry about that. Well, how's everyone doing? It's so good to see all of you virtually. You know, you can answer me that question if we run into each other at Meyer or something, because I always seem to run into people. I do want to give a quick shout out to Brendan Johnson, my successor. I hope you're doing really well. I'm sure you're absolutely rocking your senior year, so keep it up. And my purpose for calling in was just to congratulate my friend John Sayer on his election to the school board. I was really rooting for him, and I'm so glad that he earned a spot on the board. He's a man of great determination, great focus, great integrity, and a real sense of duty toward the students and the staff and the families of Swartz Creek. And so I wish him the best, and I wish the whole board a wonderful couple of years. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that.
And well wishes to you as well. So thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Travis.
Thank you.
Next up is Autumn Watkins. Autumn, if you're on the line, *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Autumn Watkins. I've been a teacher at our high school for the last 8 years. Those of you that know me personally, I will be the first person to say that face-to-face instruction is typically the best for our students. However, I'm on here today because I'm concerned that it's premature to return on the 19th, and we need to consider extending remote learning a little while longer, providing teachers the personal opportunity to receive the vaccine if they choose to do that. I have colleagues that are already scheduled to receive the vaccine and feel better knowing that they'll return with added protection. This gives them a better comfort level, and I think will allow us to hopefully remain face-to-face longer once we do return. All teachers should have this opportunity to receive the vaccine if they choose before we return face-to-face. Additionally, I'm also concerned with the number of kids and families traveling and how that will impact our return if we come back on the 19th. I personally know of families who traveled or are traveling now, or even some of my students have notified me that they're traveling next week and will not be properly quarantined to ensure they have covered the incubation period. This puts students and our staff at higher risk, and it also puts our face-to-face return at risk of repeating the quarantined virtual cycle. I'm urging the board to please consider remaining virtual for now, so that when we do return face-to-face, we have the greatest chance of remaining that way. This will eliminate the revolving door of quarantined students, the disruptive learning process, and the stress it puts on families and teachers, and also creating such a lack of consistency in our instruction. It also makes families have to adjust for daycare, transportation, and work schedules. I've always been proud of the fact that at Swartz Creek, we're a family. One of our highest values is family and community. Right now, we need our community to stand with us a little while longer. We're not asking to stay remote forever or even for the rest of the year. We're just asking for you to give us this best chance to stay safe and the best chance of receiving or remaining face-to-face once we do return by extending remote learning for a little while longer, so those that choose can be vaccinated and return with more comfort, and also so hopefully we can have a more COVID-free learning experience. We just want to be safe and stay healthy. Will you help us? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Autumn.
Thanks, Autumn. Next up is Aaron O'Brien. Aaron, if you hit *6, it should unmute you.
Hear me, Travis?
Yep, gotcha.
Hello? Okay. All right, good evening. Thank you for allowing me tonight to make a brief statement regarding the continuity of learning plan. I'm a teacher at Swartz Creek Middle School in my 20th year with the district. I would like to begin by saying very clearly that I prefer teaching face-to-face. I believe it is best for both students and teachers in both academic and social-emotional aspects. Having said that, it is my belief that asking us to return to 5 days of face-to-face learning on Tuesday, January 19th is not safe. I have unfortunately experienced the loss of my grandmother due to this virus. I don't want to see anyone else I care about suffer when it could be prevented by simply delaying our return to face-to-face instruction. The safety of our students and staff should be our top priority. We are very close to being offered an opportunity to be vaccinated. I personally have an appointment this Saturday for the first shot of the vaccine. Mr. Micah sent an email today that in part stated, the health department has asked that all districts submit names of their staff members who want to be some of the first to get the vaccine by Friday of this week. Educators are so close to being offered the opportunity to be vaccinated against COVID-19. I respectfully ask that you grant us a few more weeks of virtual instruction so that our staff who want to be vaccinated can be. And again, I thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. Next one up is Andrew Wilson. Andrew, if you're on the call, *6.
Hello. Thank you. My name's Andrew Wilson. I'm a resident here in Swartz Creek, as well as the spouse of the teacher. Our home over the past year has been filled with uncertainty, anxiety, and fear. My wife enjoys being a teacher, but what she really loves is making connections with students, believing in them, and watching them grow. Online school has been very rough on her. She hates being separated from her kids and their triumphs and struggles, and being unable to console or congratulate them in a way that's not through a grainy computer screen. Going online took away like the heart of her teaching and replaced it with video conferencing. And yet, she's terrified of going back into the classroom. I have already seen how her personality changes when she's forced into the building. The district lists family as its first core value, so please consider my family. We have a vaccine. We just need to get it actually distributed before we go back to face-to-face. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Next up is Aaron Francis. Aaron, if you're on the call, *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, board members. My name is Erin Francis, and I teach at the middle school. I realize that this evening you're going to be making some decisions regarding whether or not we go back face-to-face learning. I wanted to make you aware that when we left Friday before Thanksgiving break, I ended up showing symptoms on that Sunday, and then was tested on Tuesday and was confirmed of COVID positive on Thanksgiving morning. So I spent Thanksgiving away from my family, quarantined in my bedroom. And then I also had the rest of my family tested, and they were all confirmed positive as well. So my Thanksgiving holiday was spent very different than what I had very much intended. Keep in mind, my son is a 6th grader at the middle school where I teach. He was asymptomatic. The saying that we've been using was not if, but when. And that was our thought for quite some time. And I feel that it will still be our saying if we go back at this time, because kids will still be quarantined, which means administrators are still going to be going above and beyond with contact tracing. And quarantine learning is very different than the remote learning that we're doing now. It's very different than the online learning. And I say that knowing that I do 2 modalities, face-to-face as well as online. It is very difficult to maintain the continuity of learning with all of these different forms that we have. For the safety and appropriate continuity that we do need, it does make sense to wait until this vaccine is accessible for all of us that are choosing to do this. I am also a lupus patient, and I still do not have an appointment available to me. I am very thankful that Ben sent out an email asking for if there's a way that he can assist us. So I am very appreciative that there is something that's being done on that end. I do feel that there is support, but I also feel that sometimes you might need to hear the voices of those of us that our hearts are breaking as teachers, while we can't give the hugs that we would normally give, that this is very difficult all around. We see it in the families that we are seeing in the homes through these screens that we have. We are trying to make the connections as much as possible. We are working very hard, long hours, on weekends, and it does look different. But for the safety of who we are and what we believe in, I think we need to hold off a little bit longer, just so that we can continue to be the best that we are. So I appreciate your time and listening for that. And I hope that you can make the best decision for the safety of everybody that is needing to be done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Erin.
Thank you. Next up is Brianne Wilson. If you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
All right. Good evening, board members and listeners at home. I'm Brianne Wilson, a resident and teacher in the district. I support continuing remote learning until both doses of the COVID vaccine have been provided to every staff member who wants them. Every teacher goes through bloodborne pathogens training. It teaches us universal precautions like wearing gloves when we'll be coming into contact with bodily fluids. I have gloves in my desk provided by the school that I can put on if I need to come into contact with, say, a tissue from a student with a bloody nose. Even though the chance of that specific tissue posing any threat to me is very small, I am not expected to take the risk of picking it up with my bare hands. I'm a cautious person, and I feel valued when I have the ability to make prudent choices. It's been years since I spent time regularly in chemistry labs, but when I did, I wore safety goggles and a lab coat each and every time. I could visit a construction site without a hard hat and steel-toed boots, but I'm not going to. I know it's unlikely that anything will fall on my head or crush my toe, but I choose to take precautions. That's what's right for me. I currently find myself facing a situation in which I could have my choices taken from me. A forced return to face-to-face instruction without access to the protections I need to feel safe. Like many of my colleagues, I am eager to get the COVID vaccine. I want to take that preventative step before returning to in-person instruction. Some people choose to skip the hard hat, but I don't. On Monday, teachers frantically texted each other when someone learned that a handful of vaccination appointments were available. I was on a video call with staff at the time, and it was gut-wrenching to see firsthand the elation of those few who managed to secure an appointment, immediately tempered by the frustration, disappointment, and fear from those who weren't so lucky. Although vaccine appointments are currently frustratingly scarce, more will be available soon, and we should wait for them. All school staff deserve the option to don their goggles before entering the lab. Now we come to the responsibility of an employer to its employees. Many people listening tonight, and maybe some of you, have at some point worked for an employer that was not diligent in looking out for the safety of its employees. Think about how it feels to go to work in that environment. My father owned a business up until his recent retirement, and he would have been ashamed to learn that any of his staff were uncomfortable physically reporting to work. He considered it his moral obligation as their employer to enable them to make their own choices regarding their health, comfort, and safety. I ask the board to extend remote learning until March 1st in order to give district employees the ability to protect ourselves as we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianne.
Thank you. Next up is Janie Giblin. If you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Janie Giblin. I teach senior English at the high school and have been a teacher in Swartz Creek since 1995. Some of you might know me better as Jane Wensko. I got remarried in July. Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak tonight. As you consider our timetable to return face-to-face, I want to share my experience with COVID-19 so you get a first-hand look at what many staff members fear they may experience if they don't have the chance to get fully vaccinated before returning to the classroom. I came down with symptoms at school on Tuesday, September 22nd. It started with a fever and sore throat, but I felt worse as the day went on. I left work early, got a saliva test at a church in Flint, and made the difficult drive home to Fenton as my symptoms worsened. I got home, crawled into bed with fever, chills, and the worst headache I've ever had. Not long after, my husband got home from work with the same symptoms. We slept the rest of that day and night and awoke the next day feeling even worse. Body aches, headache, fever, chills, weakness, and lethargy. Within 3 days, my husband was back to normal. I, however, did not fare as well. I got worse. 4 days later, the results of my saliva test for COVID came back. Not detected. A false negative. However, I just knew I had COVID. So on September 26th, the same day I got my negative test results, I went for a drive-up after-hours clinic nasal swab test. The results of that test showed what I already knew. I had COVID. By the time I got those results on September 30th, I had had COVID for 8 days. A severe chest cough began to affect my ability to breathe, and my lungs felt like they were filled with cotton. I just couldn't get enough air. I lost my sense of taste and smell, which lasted for 8 days, during which time the chest cough worsened. I was tired all the time, had very little energy, and couldn't focus on anything for very long. One night, breathing was so difficult that my husband had to take me to the emergency room. I was put on a steroid and told to take daily aspirin to prevent clotting. The steroid helped, and I felt a bit of energy for a few days. I was sure the end was in sight. Then the gastrointestinal symptoms started: diarrhea and vomiting, resulting in more headaches and lethargy. And as soon as the steroid wore off, the chest cough and breathing problems returned. Another trip to the ER, another round of steroids, and regular use of a bronchial dilator. Thankfully, I have an attentive and caring primary care physician who checked up on me daily. I would go for short walks but struggled to breathe, got lightheaded easily, and needed several naps just to make it through the day. I ended up needing a third round of steroids before my breathing normalized. I was finally well enough to return to school October 28th.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes are up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm reading too slowly. Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jim Fuller. Jim, if you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Micah and distinguished board members. My name is Jim Fuller, and as many of you know, I teach up at the high school. I was diagnosed with COVID back in early November.
I wasn't seeing that.
Oops. Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. I had fever, terrible body aches, incredible fatigue, and gastrointestinal issues that Civil War soldiers referred to as the Virginia Quick Step. All in all, it took about a month to get back to where I kind of felt like myself again. Fortunately, I was not hospitalized, but I can tell you this, you don't want it. I'm here tonight to support my colleagues that are concerned about getting this. As we as a district try to make a silk purse out of this sow's ear called COVID, I ask the board to consider the comments being made tonight and the results of the survey that the educators of our district took. We all want to get back to the way things used to be. Students in a crowded hall, staff and students with no masks so we can see each other smile, frown, or yawn at one of my lessons. So let's do this safely. And board and Superintendent Micah, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Next up is Carrie Seitz. Carrie, if you hit *6.
Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
Awesome. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight regarding our scheduled return to face-to-face learning next week. I'm a math teacher at the high school. At the beginning of the year, I carefully measured the spacing of all the desks in my classroom. They are as far apart as they can be while accommodating seating for up to 34 students. I not only measured the spacing, but I put tape on the floor, asked my students to ensure that their desks are in line with the tape before they leave the class each period. If they're not in line, I fix them myself while I clean every desk's area between classes. My desks are 21.5 inches apart from side to side and are just over 2 feet apart from the back of one desk to the back of the one in front of it. This is a far cry from the recommended 6 feet. With this spacing, it's impossible to properly distance all of my face-to-face students. The inability to social distance puts me and my colleagues and my students at higher risk for exposure and infection. In addition to the inability to space out my students, I've had a very stressful experience with students who are quarantined. If a student in the middle of my classroom tests positive, they take 12 others out with them for quarantine. Several of my students have been quarantined multiple times. I have 2 students who were on their 3rd round of quarantine right before we went remote in November. Just before we went remote, nearly 70% of my students were quarantined. Since the first round of quarantines hit the high school, I did not have a single school day where all my students were in the building. Constant quarantining is disruptive to the learning process and is stressful for families and teachers. In a virtual learning modality, the need for contact tracing and quarantine is eliminated, and students can receive the same learning as their peers. My final point is how close we are to receiving the vaccine. I personally have an appointment tomorrow to get my first round. I know many of my colleagues would also like to get this vaccine before returning face-to-face. Extending remote learning until March 1st allows teachers time to be vaccinated, at least with the first round and likely with both rounds. Teachers want to return to face-to-face learning. We love being with our students. However, in our survey, most teachers stated they would feel more comfortable returning to face-to-face teaching if they could be vaccinated first. I know myself and several other staff members feel more comforted because we have appointments this week. All teachers should have this opportunity if they want it. We are not asking to remain remote forever. We're asking you to give us our best chance to stay safe and extend remote learning for a little while longer. We just want to stay safe and healthy. Please help us achieve this goal. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you. Next up is Kelly Robertson. Kelly, hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kelly Robertson. I am an ELA teacher at our middle school. I wanted to address the board tonight to respectfully request an extension to our remote learning. On our last day of face-to-face, November 20th, I started having symptoms of COVID. Not all of them, chills and extreme tiredness. After work, I went right to bed. I had to care for my 5 young children on Saturday and Sunday, but each day I literally could not keep my eyes open. Each day I had to call my 76-year-old mom to watch them. She was my only option. On Sunday, my mom was 10 minutes away, and then my eyes closed because I was so tired. When my mom arrived, my kids had left them outside and were in our driveway. I share this with you in hopes that you do not think I had a bad mom moment, because I do excel in that area, but to drive the point home that I could not function. Within the span of 4 days, I was awake for 3 hours. I was quarantined in my room for 10 days, which included Thanksgiving. Even though my family was just several feet away, I had to FaceTime them to prevent any spread of the virus. I was able to teach remotely. I put on a Swartz Creek hoodie, put my hair in a ponytail, wore my glasses, and taught for 20 minutes. Then I would immediately fall asleep until my next class. I would like to mention that the admin was extremely supportive. I wanted to teach, as it was my students' first week virtually and they needed the consistency. My mom and dad both came down with the virus. My dad was so weak that an ambulance was called on 2 occasions. He was hospitalized twice and is currently in a rehab facility trying to gain his strength back. Even though my symptoms were minor compared to many, I do not want others to experience my symptoms. I do not want others to be separated from their family, and I don't want others to blame themselves because their parents could be hospitalized or worse. Even though Swartz Creek has done a phenomenal job of being as safe as possible with all these COVID items, I believe I did get this from work. I can't help but believe if we went remote a week earlier, I would not have been so ill. At this time, we have a choice to continue remote learning because it is the most safe choice for all parties. We at Swartz Creek Community Schools have proven we can educate remotely. We have had training on wonderful techniques and programs to ensure our students are getting what they need and deserve. If it is not deemed adequate to stay remote, I respectfully request that a hybrid be considered for our district to keep our numbers in the building down. At this time, I thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thanks, Kelly. All right.
Yep.
Next up is Melanie. Was that Melanie? Melanie Card, you're up.
You're right. It was Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, Travis. Good evening, board members, administrators, colleagues, and community members. My name is Melanie Card. I have been a special ed teacher at our middle school for the last 16 years. Currently, I serve students across all 3 modalities. If we go back to the original Safe Start plan, the number of positive cases must be decreasing and flattening to remain in phases 3 and 4. During December and early January, we were up to 4,000 plus cases. And as of looking at the data from the state today, I saw that in November and early December, we were between 8,000 and 10,000 cases per day, which is indicative of phase 2. And as such, remote learning should be in place, and thankfully was. While the official numbers are slowly going back down into the 2000s due to the pause and the end of the holiday season, I would expect those numbers to increase again if we were to return to in-person learning. Further, I propose that if close contact is too dangerous in a restaurant setting with 10 to 50 people socially distanced, having 100 to 300 students in the lunchroom unmasked without social distancing is far more dangerous. And this is what we are facing as more families sought to return their students to face-to-face, at least at the middle school level. I realize lawmakers are under extreme pressure to keep the economy open as the volatile state of the political arena has been exemplified in Lansing as well as Washington. And you are under extreme pressure to make the right decisions for so many employees and families. But I don't see how we can justify reopening the school buildings under the current conditions. I would proffer we should remain fully remote until those who desire a vaccine have been able to get both doses and the numbers reflect the conditions of a true phase 4. On a final note, there's been a lot of discussion concerning the potential learning loss due to the amount of time outside of the school buildings. I would suggest our students are learning some of the most important lessons of their lives, one of them being resiliency. Our students are learning about the strengths they have within themselves to face life's difficulties and to do so with the best possible mindset. They are learning they can count on their teachers and our school system to reach out and provide for them in ways they've never dreamed. Our teachers are nothing short of amazing. We will do everything necessary to help our students succeed in life. But when seat time and test scores are the focus of discussion, it sends the message that safety and security come second. I don't believe this is a message any of us wish to send. I'm thankful our board has voted to keep our staff and students safe throughout November and December and into January, and I respectfully ask you to continue to do so until the threat is lifted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thanks, Melanie. Up next is Heather Loney. Heather, if you're on, *6 to unmute yourself.
Did I do it right? Oh, I think I got it, Travis. How do I sound?
They gotcha. Perfect.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm Heather Loney, and I can see you in a still shot on YouTube, but, you know, I stopped it. I live at 5152 South Morris Road in Swartz Creek, and I'm a graduate of Swartz Creek Community Schools, class of '89. This is my 19th year with Swartz Creek Community Schools, and I love teaching the children of Swartz Creek. I love working with the families of Swartz Creek. I want to thank you for listening, and thank you for your service to our community during these turbulent times, and always. I miss being face-to-face with my students so much, and I struggle regularly with online instruction, and I'm considered one of the really good ones at that. So, whew, I'm really lucky that I work with children and families who have given me a tremendous amount of grace this year. I want to go back to my classroom, but I knew I needed to take this opportunity to urge you to extend virtual learning until school staff have had a chance to get one of the new vaccines. I couldn't look myself in the mirror if I stayed quiet. If we went back and one of my coworkers, maybe a teacher, administrator, a lunchroom aide, or a parapro, ended up with a serious disability or, God forbid, died because we came back to buildings out of personal convenience or preference and not absolute necessity, sometimes it can be hard to balance individual rights and the common good, or at least that's what I teach my students. I think this situation is not one of those times. As an employee and a resident and a voter, I urge you all to extend virtual learning for a month or two. Vaccines are ramping up. We can do this. Thanks again for your service and for your time this evening. All done.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks, Heather. Next up is Mary Rock. Mary, if you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
All right, perfect. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Mary Rock, and I teach at the middle school, and I'm also the president of our teachers union. Tonight, you're making an important decision on our return to learning plan. And we know people in our community are struggling with lots of challenges, and remote learning is among those struggles. We thank the community and the board for supporting us along this journey of online learning, because it has not been easy for lots involved. Teachers want to return to face-to-face instruction. There is absolutely no question, hands down, that's the preferred method of teaching. We surveyed our staff, which you'll hear about from Ben later. And though we did have some mixed reviews about the return, the majority of our teachers said they would feel so much safer returning if they could be vaccinated first. We are so close to receiving the vaccine. You've already heard from people that have appointments set up, ready to go. We can see the light at the end of this tunnel. There's over 60% of our staff who want to receive the protection the vaccine offers. But unfortunately, our January 19th return date does not allow us to benefit from that protection. Teachers are concerned about families that are still traveling and not quarantining when they come back. They're just going to return to school. Teachers are concerned that we are not able to social distance due to class size. Through no fault of the district, that's just the case when you come back face to face. The district has tried their best to make us safe, provide masks, have kids wear masks, wipe down our desks. There's a lot of precautions in place, but you can't really replace the fact that we cannot social distance properly. Some jobs cannot be done remotely. People say, why do teachers think they are different? You know, all these other people go back to work. Families are struggling. The difference is we know we can teach remotely and protect our educators and our community. Extending remote learning until March 1 gives everyone a better chance to stay safe from COVID-19. If everyone doesn't choose to be vaccinated, the number that do increases everyone's chances for a COVID-free learning experience. It eliminates the need for time-consuming contact tracing. Constant flip-flopping into and out of quarantine is not a concern when we are remote, and this will happen again. This will be going on constantly. We've proven this. This provides consistency for students, parents, and teachers, though it's not preferred in our community. We need our community and board to work with us on this request. We are not trying to be lazy. We are not trying to stay remote forever. We are saying, give us the best chance to stay safe and extend remote learning for a little while longer. We just want to be safe and healthy. Can you help us with this? I appreciate your time and your commitment to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. We had a few more people sign up, but I don't see them on here. So I think that's all for now, and then I will reach out to these people again, just make sure they don't want to participate in the second wave of public comment.
Thank you, Travis. All right, moving on. We have before us a consent agenda. I would entertain a motion for approval.
So moved. Support.
Mike, Brian, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Joanne, could you roll call, please?
Sure. Jessica?
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Jack.
Yes.
Okay, we have a
7
consent
yeses.
agenda. Thank you, Joanne. All right, before we move on, we have this is our operational meeting, organization for the year. And at this meeting, we choose our officers. And so with that, we'll start the process by opening the floor for nominations for each of the officers. And then we will go, if we have more than one person who's nominated, we will go through the process of a vote. And then when we have someone who has a majority, then we'll move on to the next office. And I will begin with the office of president.
Carrie, I nominate you. I nominate you as president.
Is there support?
Support.
Is that a Jessica?
Yes.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Jessica
Mike?
Lene.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Jessica Lene.
Why, thank you, Mike, but I would like to decline.
Did you say you want to decline, Jessica?
Yeah. You can nominate me for secretary again,
Okay.
Mike.
Any others? I have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Joanne, can you do a roll call, please?
Sure. Chuck,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
and Carrie.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Moving on,
Wait,
we
you need
have,
one more.
oh, I'm sorry, Jessica.
Jessica,
Yes.
thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. I have 2 J's. I usually write them down to keep track, so now I have 2 J's. All right, moving on, we have the office of vice president. I will open the floor for nominations. Mike?
Jessica Lene.
We have Jessica being nominated.
I nominate Brian Stepanek.
Do I have support for Jessica?
Support.
And then I think I saw John's hand up.
I nominate Brian Stepanek.
Okay. Do I have support for that?
Support.
Is that Chuck?
Yes.
Okay. We will start with Jessica. Could you do a roll call, please?
Mike,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Brian,
No.
Jack,
No.
Carrie,
No.
Chuck,
I'm the tiebreaker. I'm going to vote no because I know she wants the secretary's position.
okay.
I'll go either way. That's really okay.
Jessica?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike.
Jessica, I didn't get your vote.
No. Thank you, Mike.
See, I should have
I'll make
voted
it
yes.
easy.
That way that would have put you underneath the gun, Jessica. You'd have to vote yes or no for yourself.
I
But
was
I'll
sitting here
nominate you
trying
for
to
secretary
decide.
position.
I have
Can I
2
go ahead,
yes and 5 no.
So that motion fails. We'll move on to Brian Sapanic's nomination for our vice president.
Jessica,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Mike,
No.
Brian,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
and Alicia. Oh, no, I have Alicia. Who did I miss?
Chuck.
Chuck. Sorry.
That's okay. I was waiting for you to figure it out. Yes.
And your answer?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes for Brian.
Yes for Brian. I have 6 guesses for Brian and 1 no.
Okay, Brian, congratulations.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. I will open the floor for nominations for secretary.
I nominate Jessica.
I support.
Chuck and Brian. Any other nominations for secretary? Not seeing any. Am I missing anyone? Okay, moving on. Any comments or questions? If not, Joanne, can you do roll call, please?
Sure. Jack,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Chuck,
Of course. Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
and Jessica.
Yes.
Congratulations,
7
Jessica.
yeses.
Thank you. All right, and finally, I will open the floor for nominations for treasurer.
I
Alicia?
nominate Mike Ahern.
Okay, I heard Jessica, Mike Ahern, and I saw Alicia's hand up.
That was going to be my nomination, so I will just support Jessica's.
Okay,
So sorry.
That's
it's
okay.
Any other nominations for treasurer? Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Joanne, can you do roll call, please?
Sure. Brian,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on a minute.
I think it's Brian. Oh, no, it's not.
Brian,
I don't remember who.
Chuck.
Enthusiastic, yes, because Mike Ahern's wasn't very enthusiastic for himself. He mumbled it.
You notice that?
I did say yes. I'm an enthusiastic yes, seeing how I'll use the enthusiasm for him. Good. We've got that settled now.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Before we go into Ben's superintendent report, I did promise that we would give Jack a minute or so to introduce himself to us and to the public. Jack, if you would be so kind.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is John Sayer. Most of my friends call me Jack, though. If you call me either, I'll respond. I don't really care what you call me. I graduated from Swartz Creek in 2019. I am 19 years old. I intend to do the best for my community and try to make sure this community keeps moving forward the way that we have been.
Well, thank you and welcome. We're very happy to have you on board.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Ben, I think it's your turn for the superintendent report.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Jack and also to the rest of the board members, and Happy New Year. For those of you that are watching, obviously, we have a pretty packed agenda tonight. A lot of it is just our typical organizational meeting, and we'll have a lot to discuss today, so I will keep my report relatively brief so that we can yield most of our time to the work that's in discussion tonight. I do have a couple things that I would like to just give the board an update on, and also the community and the teachers as well. I know some of the teachers on public comment had referenced an email that was sent. We've been working hard to try and advocate that teachers and our support staff, our frontline workers, should be some of the first in line to receive the vaccination. And we're thankful that those efforts have paid off, and that teachers are being considered in the initial rounds of the vaccine. One of the things that I think is important is that it remain a personal family decision. Everybody has a little bit of a different perspective on the vaccine. I think you heard from some people tonight who are very supportive of it. There are some that are not. And so it's not really our position to force anyone's hand into that type of a personal decision. But one of the things that we want to do is to be as supportive in helping the people that do want to have access to the vaccine get access to it. So I working with the health department this week, and we've been getting a lot of updates. The vaccine is not as readily available, obviously, as everyone had hoped. They're doing their best to get it out, and there's quite a bit of good news on that front that I'll get to in a second. But the vaccine is distributed over 2 doses. The vaccine is not the type of thing where you just roll up to the pharmacy and roll your sleeve down, and and then you drive on, stay in your car and just keep driving on. It's a little bit different than that. You have to set up an appointment. There are limited slots available, and right now the appointments are only for frontline healthcare workers, and educators are now, it's open for educators, as some had indicated that they were able to get an appointment. We began collecting information from our staff today, and all of the districts in the county are sharing that information with the health department on Friday so that they can order vaccines accordingly. There's a couple of really encouraging things. They placed a large order of the vaccines this week, just yesterday, in fact, and they do believe that they will get confirmation tomorrow that a majority of those orders will be filled, which means that there's a good chance that a lot of our staff members that are wanting to get the vaccine will be able to get it relatively soon. Also, very positive news, the Michigan National Guard is going to be coming in to assist with vaccinations in Genesee County, and that's a really positive thing. And I think one of the other things that many of us as superintendents have been asking is if we could provide some sort of support at the district level for our staff members. And the health department has been fantastic in this regard. They are actually opening up they're calling them population-specific vaccination centers, which would mean that some of our staff members that are support staff or teachers will have a opportunity to sign up over the next couple weeks. And the initial information is going out, and we're trying to get people, as many as we can, get the vaccine. But in the event that they don't make this round over the next week, they'll actually start doing on-site clinics for just our staff. And that will be very, very helpful as well. And again, this is something that for those that would like it and would feel more comfortable having it, certainly want to provide that opportunity. So that's very good news on that front. There's definitely momentum and movement in that regard. And so we will continue to try and support those teachers and support staff members that are looking to get vaccinated, and try and make that as easy and seamless as possible. I have a number of other things to discuss, but we're going to hit them on the discussion items tonight. But one thing that I would like to address, there was an article posted in the Swartz Creek View this past week. And I think I received quite a few phone calls and emails, and I just wanted to address it publicly that I think there may be a mischaracterization in terms of the intent of my comments in the article. I was actually quoted in the article as saying that we're not talking about, or I'm not saying we're having a balanced calendar, because at this point, that means a lot of things to a lot of different people, and we have not as a board discussed it, and that would be a board decision anyway. But let me give a little bit of context to what I was speaking of, because it is an issue that we're having. For many of our students who either have had a lack of support at home, or have not done well in the online modality, that have been kind of forced into that, have missed a lot of school and instruction time. There are some of our students who are doing fantastic. There are some of our students who are keeping pace, but there are also some of our students who are falling further and further behind. So in a traditional school year, we have gaps of learning between some of our students who struggle and those that are at the top, and we try and always work on closing the gap and helping all of our students be successful. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and now into this year has created a tremendous gap that's growing. And so I believe that part of our conversation has to be extending the school year for those students. For our students who are on track, who are on target, there's no need to do that. But we are needing to, and we're talking internally about what it looks like to support our kids that are having major gaps in their learning. And part of those solutions in our toolkit is going to be, something more expansive than our traditional summer school, and really trying to help provide them with some additional support and resources, particularly if in the summer we're able to provide more in-person opportunities, and really try and help those kids get a little bit of a leg up, so that we're not continuing to see this snowball effect of them being behind and it getting out of hand. So under no circumstances have I, with any board member or even internally, talked about implementing a balanced calendar, and that's never been a part of our discussion. But it is a part of the conversation, I think, in this next year, is how are we going to address the learning gaps that we're seeing in some of our students who traditionally struggle, that has been exacerbated by the pandemic. And that's something that we really need to consider and think about what that looks like. And one of those things might be for kids that are off track, allowing them some additional supports, resources, and opportunities to come in the summertime. So just wanted to try and clear the air and make sure people understand the intent behind my comments there. And other than that, it was a positive article, I think, talking about this year. But don't want anybody to get the wrong idea that we're planning something that we, in fact, are not planning. So anyway, that's a brief update. I will get into many more things as we get into the discussion tonight. But I appreciate your time, and welcome back, everybody.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions for Ben?
I have a quick question. Do you have any idea the timeline for when they may do the on-site clinic? Is that something that's like 2 weeks off or a month off, or?
It's within weeks. We're asking and requesting, everybody's requesting for their district to be one of the first ones. The first district sites that would possibly launch in that on-site clinic would be next weekend. I'm not sure if we'll be in that round or the following week, but the health department is on top of this. They're moving pretty quickly on trying to do it. A large issue, and some of the things that the teachers shared today and describing, some people are getting appointments and some aren't. There just is a limited supply of vaccines. So, they have to be able to get the supply in order to provide the vaccination. So they're feeling much more confident that they're going to get a large number of vaccinations next week, especially for the first dose, the first round. And then we'll have the opportunity to hopefully be one of the first districts that gets to open up one of those sites. So we're working to do that as quickly as possible. The health department is working with Hurley as well as McLaren to store some of their Pfizer vaccine. The Moderna is a little bit different in terms of its care and how they store it. But overall, it looks like the timeline is going to be in the next couple of weeks. And even on the call today, all of us were asking, can you give us a date? Can you tell us the date? And they're not committing to that, but they're telling us that it's soon. So it's weeks, not months.
Can I ask another follow-up to that? When they do an on-site clinic, are they anticipating to have enough vaccine for all of our staff?
It's kind of one of those things where they're going to ask us to prioritize our staff who work directly with students in person. So for example, let's just say that we have 150 people that are requesting to be vaccinated, but we get 100 vaccines. So we can do appointments for 100 people. And these are just rough numbers. And it may be that they can fully fulfill our order. So I'm not trying to speak into anything, but they're going to prioritize those that work directly with students. So for example, if a central office administrator wanted to get the vaccine, they would be well further down the list than, say, a paraprofessional, an educational aide, or a teacher who is working more directly with students on a day in and day out basis.
Okay.
Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Ben.
I think that's it. Sorry, I was looking over at my notes to see if I had any more questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Next on our agenda, we have an update from Board Representative Brendan Johnson.
Hello.
I had a few of Ben. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Ben, did you hear me?
Okay, Brendan, we'll go to you next. Sorry. Chuck.
Sorry about that, Chuck. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There's just 2 or 3 quick follow-up questions on Jessica's that I wrote down. The young lady, the union president, said that about 60% of the teachers have expressed an interest to take the vaccine. So she must have done a study, or you've done a study, right? That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Yes or no?
and I'm actually going to share the results of some of their surveys when we get into the extended continuity of learning plan discussion. But I can tell you that they have done a survey, and they've indicated that a large number of their staff would like to get it. I have as well started to gather. I've already got quite a few people responding. And so I think there's a majority, I would say, of people that are seeking to get the vaccine at this time.
Okay. All right. I can hold off my next question. You said some of the children are failing in keeping up, and we may have to extend school into summer, which that's the first I've heard about it. So that's okay with me. 2 things with that. How many of our kids is there a percentage? I'm sure we would have a number on that, right, of the percentage?
I don't have any hard data to share with you right now. A lot of our state testing for this year has been put on hold because of the challenges associated with online assessment and things like that. But we are gathering a number of data points. And what we know is that the kids who in a traditional year might struggle, if they're still not coming to school, they're struggling even more this year. And so I want to make sure that, I clarify that, as I did in my statement about the balanced calendar, when we talk about extending the school year, we're really talking about doing that for the kids that need it. More so than this is just a one-size-fits-all approach for everybody. Because there's a number of kids that are falling behind and that are being, in some cases, they're not responsive to the teachers who are trying to get them to engage in their lessons and so on and so forth. So we have a number of things we're trying to do to rope them back in. But if you have a student who's been minimally engaged since March, they're going to have pretty quickly here missed an entire year's worth of school. And we need to do everything we can to try and get those kids caught back up. That's our obligation. That's our charge. So I think part of the conversation for some of those students is going to need to be, looking at a summer school program that's longer than 5 weeks. It's going to have to be significantly expanded. It's going to have to be somewhat flexible, but we're going to need to provide some opportunities for our struggling students. And, there's a lot of support that needs to take place. And districts all over the country are dealing with this right now, but something that we shouldn't forget about, the fact that let's just say the vaccine's a major success and people come back to school, and we're back to some semblance of normalcy by the end of this school year, which I think is what everybody's hoping for. We are not going to be in a sense of normalcy in terms of where some of our students are at. And that's not the case for everyone. Some of our kids have kept pace and even excelled in this environment. But for some.
So what you're telling me is we don't have any data on it because we're not, we haven't been doing any online testing. And that's coming from the state side. That's what you just said. So what about our teachers? Haven't they been keeping track of it? I mean,
Yeah,
they're students. They should be able to tell me, I've got 13 students that aren't doing good or they're not. I want to know that because they just all came on and said how hard they were working online. So they should have that data readily available.
We do. We can provide a data report, and I
may be wrong.
No, we do have data in terms of how students are progressing, and it's localized data. What I'm saying is that we have some data points if you're looking at our STAR testing, and that's what we analyze, and we can use some of that to make some decisions. But large scale testing has been cut back significantly this year. One of the things that we talk about a lot is we oftentimes over test, but that doesn't mean that we don't have good anecdotal data and even localized class data on how students are learning compared to how they normally would. And that's something that we are analyzing, and we can provide a report to that effect. But I can tell you that just at a cursory glance of the numbers that we're looking at, the kids that have struggled are struggling substantially more. And then there are some kids that are, in some cases, relatively unaffected by it. So, but that's something that I think needs to be a board discussion over the next couple months. And I think we need to continue to keep that at the forefront because we can't lose sight of the fact that we have some kids that have been out of school for a very long time.
Okay, thanks. I thought maybe we'd have some data available so we can make an educated decision ourselves on whether children go back to school or not. If we have 600 kids and 100 are normally struggling, but now we have 300 more struggling, that gives me an idea where I'm going to go with the children. And I think that's imperative for all of the other elected board members. I mean, that's our main concern, are the kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're going to see a lot of that data coming across in the board meetings coming up. This is just kind of my first foray into explaining that we're going to need to do something, soon to start addressing those gaps. I mean, the safety has been the primary concern. Now, as we start to see the vaccine being rolled out and all these other pieces, we're going to have to start to shift our focus again to what are we going to do about the kids that have lost so much in their educational process?
Okay. I want to do one more question, Ben. When did we cut out in October? I don't remember. Was it the end of October or my fellow board members? When did we leave? November 3rd or 4th?
The 3rd.
November 3rd.
You're talking about the high school. You're talking about the high school students you're talking about the suspension of face-to-face from the state at the state level. Yeah.
Right. Was it November 3rd and we cut out the elementary when November the.
I was gonna say I can tell you exactly when, only because it was a physical date, so I remember this specifically. November 13th for the high school, they stopped face-to-face learning.
Sorry about that. I said the 3rd. I meant the 13th.
Yeah. I knew it was right around an election, and then K through 8. Is that when we suspended them too? Alicia, do you remember that date?
They were later, but I don't remember when that was. That was from the governor.
That was in
Monday,
December.
or did you give them the whole week?
Okay. All right, and we still have all the health department six from our children in school when we were in person, and then we've got a list of when we were on person again, right? On just virtual.
Yep, and I'm going to share some of that data tonight as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Chuck. All right, great. Brendan, can you give your update, please?
Yes, so I actually did something a little bit different this month and I prepared a presentation. So bear with me because this is the first time I've tried to share a presentation. Pardon me. Are you guys able to see? Oh, wait, here we go. I think this will work. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So as I said, I have prepared a presentation for the board meeting this month. So I put together a form these past couple weeks, and I had students fill out this form, and this form compiled information regarding implications of COVID on schooling. So their return to school on the 19th, asynchronous learning and motivation levels. All of the raw uncompiled data is available in this form if any of you would like that, and please feel free to reach out to me and I will give that to you. But yeah, so without further ado, here's the presentation. So overall, this form reached about 196 respondents ranging from grades K through 12. The largest population of respondents were from the 12th grade at 36%. And the next largest majority of respondents were from the middle school, and the smallest amount was from the elementary. So our first question was, come January 19th, what would you prefer to do? Or would you prefer to return to face-to-face learning for those who have chosen the face-to-face or hybrid modality, or remain in virtual learning? They had 4 options, which were to return to face-to-face learning, remain in virtual learning, return to face-to-face as soon as possible, but currently don't feel it is safe, and those who have chosen the online modality, because I wanted to make sure that that data was separate from those who are normally face-to-face but currently want to remain in virtual learning. The results of this question were the majority of students at 64.9% wish to return to face-to-face learning on the 19th. Oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry. So here are a couple of written responses from the students. I asked them to explain their reasoning after each question. For some students who wanted to return to school, some of their responses were, I wish to return to face-to-face because I learned best from someone explaining it right in front of me. Online learning is way too hard to do, especially for those students who are in harder math classes, honors classes, or AP classes. Some students said they feel like online learning doesn't work for them and they don't think they've learned as much as they could have as if they were in face-to-face. And some students claim they cannot learn as well with only 20 minutes of class time. Some students who want to return as soon as possible but currently feel it's safe agree that face-to-face school is one of the best options, but currently feel that the corona cases have been spiking recently and that is a cause for concern to return. They don't think it is a good idea to return right now, and that teachers are currently juggling material from face-to-face and online, and that it would be easier for them to remain in this format as of right now. Some students who want to remain virtual claim that with everything going on right now, everything is unpredictable, and that returning back to school would only cause more confusion and may, in the long run, not even be worth it, seeing as we may have to return back to a online format at some case, given surge of cases or so, or any other unpredictable circumstances. This is just a summary of the aforementioned responses of the students. I went through each individual response and I saw how much the students had to say and what they repeated, and I made sure all of that information was included in this page. So for students who want to return to face-to-face learning, they currently feel unmotivated, stressed, and at a disadvantage in an online learning format. Many students express concern regarding a stark drop in grades, their quality of learning, and their level of understanding. Many students crave the social aspect that comes along with face-to-face learning. Overwhelmingly, that was one of the main reasons that students indicated they wanted to return to face-to-face learning. And lastly, some students feel they don't have enough time with their teachers to ask questions or clarify their understanding. For students who wish to return to face-to-face but currently feel it's unsafe, agree that face-to-face learning is easier and a more beneficial form of learning than online learning. They feel that the current amount of cases, however, constitute weariness to return. And a lot of students who chose this option indicated that they feel mask protocols within the schools are lax among the students and not enforced strictly by the staff of the school. This was predominantly high school students. And students who wish to remain virtual find it redundant to return, for they feel we will result in a similar situation to that of our current situation later on in the school year. Some feel school should remain virtual until cases decline or vaccinations have been distributed, similar to the sentiments of our teachers earlier. And some expressed favored taste for online learning, finding it easier, more enjoyable, or comforting in regards to current cases. Similar to what Mr. Menka said, some students just remain unfazed and are simply better and enjoy a virtual format. For the second question, it stated, do you enjoy asynchronous learning? And I explained what asynchronous learning was for those who might not have understood. And the vast majority of students indicated that they wish to, or that they enjoy asynchronous learning at 67.9%. Up here in the top right corner, I wanted to stress to the board that I feel I phrased this question within the form in a way that I feel does not give the board the most efficient understanding of asynchronous amongst the student body. I phrase the question as, do you enjoy asynchronous learning, rather than do you think asynchronous learning has been a benefit to your learning? And this posed a problem in some of the responses I realized after I've gone through them. So for some of the students that indicated that they did enjoy face-to-face learning, their reasonings were, it's quick and to the point, it gives them more time to work on assignments, they have more time to sleep, some enjoy being in class for less amount of time, some find it less boring. And this is an example of why I feel that that the way I phrased the question poses a problem, because this student says, I enjoy the free time, but I feel like it brought my motivation down a lot. What I realized while I was going through these results is that many of the students who indicated no, they don't enjoy asynchronous learning, listed reasons as to why asynchronous learning has been a hindrance on their education. Whereas students who voted yes were not really explaining how asynchronous learning had been a benefit to their education, and rather how asynchronous is more comfortable to them. And this is clear in some of the responses you can see up here, whereas it's less boring, it's quick and to the point, they have more time to sleep. It posed a problem, and you have students currently claiming when they say no that asynchronous is not a benefit, but we have no students countering that now with the yes option saying it did. So I apologize on behalf of the student body for phrasing this question in a way that I feel doesn't fully scope asynchronous learning. I'm curious to see, had I phrased that question differently, if the response to this question would have been different. However, students who indicated no, that they don't enjoy asynchronous learning, say that they do not have enough time with their teachers to ask questions and learn a lesson thoroughly, and that this is hard on AP students specifically. Speaking from personal experience as an AP and honors student, I fully agree with this sentiment. It's been way harder to get in-depth lessons with our teachers in a online format, especially with only 20 minutes of class, when you have classes like AP Literature, especially AP Biology. I know our AP Biology class is struggling immensely right now, and not being able to do labs and getting in-depth study has been very tough on them. Some students claim that they feel they don't have enough time with their teachers to get all the information they need. They feel as though much less learning is taking place. Some students believe that more class time gives more time for explanation, and that going to school every day helps keep them focused. And one student says that teachers do not have enough time to teach. They are often left trying to hurry up and explain assignments right before the end of class. And without them being able to teach, students are having a hard time completing assignments. This student claims that they know multiple A+ students who are currently getting C's for the first time because they don't understand the material, and that it is much harder to receive help during in an online format. A summary of the results: students who indicated yes, that they enjoy asynchronous learning, find asynchronous learning more comfortable mentally and physically, value the extra time to work on individual assignments, enjoy more free time to do other things, find it easier to pay attention, simply prefer shorter periods, and believe that 6 hours a day on the computer would become overwhelming after a while of doing it. Students who indicated no, that they don't enjoy asynchronous learning, said that they find it harder to understand the lessons, feel 20 minutes is not enough time for teachers to convey a lesson, feel they are learning less than they would in school or with longer class periods, find it harder to get in contact with their teachers or ask questions, find it tougher on AP and honors students, and report having lower grades due to limited understanding of material as a result of less instruction time. Our third question and final question was about motivation levels. I want to indicate that this was done on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being terrible and 5 being excellent. And the overwhelming majority of students chose that lean toward being unmotivated right now, which is very unfortunate. The majority of students choosing a 2 at 30.3%. Just for reference, from least voted to highest voted, it went 5, 4, 1, 3, 2. So as you can see, most students are near the middle or near the terrible side of motivation, which is very unfortunate to hear. Some responses are simply that it's hard to get out of days and that being in a home format to do work is not something that students are accustomed to, so it's been tougher on them. Students indicate that it's hard to get out of bed and that school is hard, even harder for them to accomplish. Some argue that no one is forcing them to work on their work, when they're in school, they have nothing else to do. They're expected to do their work by their teachers, whereas right now they have no one on their shoulder or over their shoulder telling them what to do and keeping them on track. Some claim that online school is mentally draining for themselves and other students, and that the amount of assignments that teachers handle or that teachers give the students are hard for students to handle, and that the assignments have become overwhelming for them. A quick summary of the results on the former page. Overall, students seem to be struggling with motivation, and this seems to stem from a lack of social interaction, a lack of understanding of material, and heavy workload and assignments. At the very end of the form, I provided a space for students to fill any other concerns they feel were not mentioned in the form that they felt that they should share with me and the board. And the two most overwhelming responses from the students were mask protocols and exams. Many students expressed concern regarding the enforcement of masks, especially at the high school level. Students drew attention to the fact that some teachers enforce mask rules more than others, resulting in confusion and incontinuity among the student body. Some students feel that other students who are wearing masks incorrectly, mainly the main way of this happening is wearing masks below their nose, should be reprimanded and corrected. Some students feel uncomfortable in the building when other students crowd together and wear masks incorrectly or completely remove their masks. And there was also a lot of students who indicated that they feel uncomfortable in the lunchroom. And lastly, many students stated that the enforcement of mask wearing should be enforced more and addressed among the staff prior to the students' return if we are to return on January 19th. Lastly, and I completely understand that the board may not have any jurisdiction over this, or that but a lot of students indicated that they feel exams are going to be harder, especially returning from an online format and going straight into exams. And some students call for the exemption or postponement of exams. And while I fully understand that that is probably not a thing that may occur, I just thought that that should be shared. But many students feel that they are currently not learning the material as well as they would be in a face-to-face format, and therefore are not going to be doing as well on exams. I have been made aware recently after making this presentation that many teachers have been given jurisdiction on how to approach doing exams this year, and that they can lower the weight that an exam carries, or that if a student has a certain grade in the class, that they may not have to take the exam, or that the exam won't have any implications on their grade. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you from the student body. We appreciate the board for all of their hard work, willingness to hear our opinions, and their time and consideration. We wish you all the best in making the best decisions possible for the betterment of the district.
Brendan, thank you first off for taking the initiative for this. Shows your maturity and that you're very much accepting the student body. I noticed there were young children that I know probably completed it with the assistance of their families, but I appreciate you outreach to the community. Are there any questions for Brendan?
I just had a comment.
Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
What an excellent report. What an excellent survey. You spent a lot of time and a lot of forethought putting that together. And I really appreciate the results of what he did there. Great job, Brendan.
Thank you.
I want to echo that, but I want to give a special thing. I've been dealing with data and numbers for 38 years, and all the jobs I've had, 3. And that's one of the best reports I've ever seen. It was as thorough as any adult I've ever seen, if not better. And I would like to hire him just as an independent contractor to do my data here because he's done a wonderful job. Brandon, I really mean that. You know, I never ever heard you say nothing to you. So for me to say that crap is a lot of crap, and it's really well meant because trust me, I've seen millions of reports over my years, and that was excellent. And I take a lot of that into consideration, what you just gave me. And I hope a lot of my fellow board members do, and I'm sure they do. That was very interesting. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and hope we see more work like that from you.
Yes, I intend on doing something similar for the following board meetings. I think it was the forum was a great way of reaching numerous students and actually getting information straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So I plan on doing that.
Right. You did an excellent job. The only thing is that I think the asynchronous and synchronous were kind of mixed up because your first data said, yes, this is good. And then, like you said, the way you formatted the question might have confused them, but I understood what you meant, and it's very plain to me. Thank you so much. Ben, he's a good guy to have on our board.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Alicia.
That was fantastic.
Yep. Just a comment. That was absolutely fantastic. I would like to add a comment as a mom. I nudged my own student to take a peek at that. And the comment back was that it was actually written in a way towards the students as well. So I appreciated that. And I know the student body, or I can say from some examples that the student body appreciated that they were being addressed as a student, as a kid. They were funny in a sense, and they were in a way that they could understand it. So I do want to echo Chuck's kudos that not only was it done very well and professional, but it was also relatable. So I do honestly think you got valid information, not just yes, no's, 1 to 5. Like it was, they understood what you were asking and gave good feedback. So thank you for your efforts. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone on the board for taking the time to hear out the student body and hear what we had to say. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, Brendan. Appreciate you. All right. I do have a question. We received materials for the Finance Committee, but it was not contained in a report. So I'm assuming we were just getting the reports this month.
That's correct. We're going to set our first committees, hopefully will coincide with our next board meeting week, and then we'll have an opportunity shortly to talk about committee assignments as well as dates and times for committee meetings.
I just didn't want to miss the opportunity for Mike to report to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
There. On that note, though, we will have a yearly budget amendment that will come, and information will be forthcoming. So you'll get that information this week. We'll talk about it at the Finance Committee, the following Finance Committee, and then at our next board meeting, we will address the budget amendment.
Okay, thanks, Ben. All right, next on your agenda, you have some informational items. Just want to point those out related to certified, non-certified staff. Also, moving on to our board discussions. We do have before us a calendar, a proposed calendar as part of our organizational meeting.
Yeah, the calendar that's in front of you is going to be very close to what you saw this year. There's one small change, and that is that we are requesting that you add one meeting to the calendar in August. This past year, we had one meeting in August, and it just was not sufficient. We have a lot of business that gets done in August, and so we're requesting that we add an additional board meeting to the calendar in that month. Other than that, it will look very similar from month to month to what we had this past year. So that's there for your consideration tonight.
Okay, so I want to make sure all of the board members have had a chance to look at that. And if so, I would entertain a motion to approve the 2021-22 board calendar. Alicia? Okay.
I have a question. I was looking at something. I had to jog my memory on what my question was earlier. Have we always had 2 in June? And with that, I guess it's a question back to Ben. I completely agree and understand the 2 in August. Are there specifics that we need for 2 in June? Or is it just end of year stuff?
You're mute. You're
Sorry
mute.
about that. We've always had 2 board meetings in June, and the purpose of that is most typically because we do a lot of our replacement of positions after we're doing staffing. And so we oftentimes have a need to hire people in June so that we're not waiting. So for example, we may extend an offer to hire somebody, but if we don't have a meeting for a month after that, another school district might scoop them up. And so we're trying to just make sure we stay on top of it. If we don't have a period of hiring or as much business, we certainly could cancel one of those meetings. But you're typically going to have a board meeting at the end of June for your truth and taxation hearing, as well as your final budget amendment. And that usually comes, just before the end of the fiscal year, which is June 30th. So June's usually a pretty packed month, and so is August.
Okay.
Anyone else? So we still need a motion for approval. Alicia? Alicia, are you a motion with Mike? Are you support?
I support.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
I got one question.
Go ahead,
can't
Mike.
pull the calendar up for some reason. What is the date of the first organizational meeting in 22?
Says the 12th. I'd have to look at the calendar.
It is the 12th.
Okay. I'm just going to make a short comment that when we do the policies, that might change if we keep the policy that we have now.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
In one other thing that relates to the calendar, I forgot to mention it earlier just because we have so much on our plates tonight. I'm going to be reaching out to you individually. If you could look at your schedules, especially those of you that are going to eventually end up on the policy committee. Trun is asking for dates because we're going to do a comprehensive review of our policies this year. And so that's going to be something in the first quarter of this year we're going to be spending quite a bit of time on. So just be aware that that's a factor. And then I would also, just as a procedural note, Madam President, let you know that you've already asked for a motion, which is fine, but that is on the agenda for item A, an action item. So you can either negate that or move forward with it now. It's fine, however you want to do it.
Are we okay with just going forward with the motion on the floor? Any opposition to that? None? Joanne, could you do roll call, please?
Sure. Chuck?
Yes.
Carrie?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Jessica?
Yes.
Alicia?
Yes.
And Mike?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you very much. Sorry for jumping the gun. I got so excited about the calendar. All right. Now we have the board committees and meeting times on the agenda. You would have received a list of the various committees that we currently have, and it also lists current committee members. Keep in mind, these are committees of the whole, which means anyone can attend. We do currently have 4 meetings: policy, academic achievement, finance, building and site. And Brian Sapanic currently chairs the policy committee. I chair the academic achievement committee. Finance is chaired by our treasurer, Mike Ahern. And then Chuck chairs the building and site committee. I think what's up for discussion right now is whether we keep the folks that are currently on those committees. If someone, and I know Jack, you haven't had a chance to choose committees that you'd like to participate on, and or you are welcome to attend any and all because it is a committee of the whole. So I guess I'd open it up for discussion. Are folks, do you want to stay on the same committees? Do you want to move around? Are the chairs comfortable keeping the committees that they have?
I'm happy with the way it is for myself.
Okay.
I submit the same thing. I'm happy where I'm at.
Chuck?
Yeah, I'm good, Carrie. I think it's working well, but yeah, I'm good with it. Thank you.
What about committee participation or members? If you see that they're officially listed, Alicia, Brian, Carrie, and Mike are on the policy committee. As I mentioned, it's a committee of the whole, or else you can be added to that committee.
I'd love to stay on that committee and participate. I will say schedule and timing may be my only personal conflict. So I want to participate. It just depends on when we may potentially meet.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, if I'm chairman, I'm very flexible. In fact, whatever works for you, and of course, Truan and Ben is great for me. I'm open.
I'm good about 2024. That work? No, I'm kidding.
Alicia, what works?
24?
What time of day works better for you, Alicia?
8 o'clock at night, but so honestly, during the work week after 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then Fridays after 1 o'clock. That's not the most conducive for the rest of the world. I understand that as well. I want to be cognizant that many of our committees, we do request some staff and administrators. So my workday now coincides with their workday, so that makes it a little bit more difficult.
So Monday through Thursday, how does that look?
7:30 to 5 o'clock. I'm otherwise, well, really 7. I got to drive to work. So 7 to 5 is out.
Okay. But Friday you're open after 3? After 1? That would work with me.
That works for me. I don't know that it works for our school staff, but.
Yeah, I mean, we will be flexible around whatever the board members' times need to be. You know, certainly for some of our staff, you're correct. You know, getting them here at different times is, you know, can be somewhat of a challenge. But the only thing I would say that has been fairly helpful is that they're grouped around the same week, because then going into that next week's board meeting, you're fresh off of the discussion in the committees, and so I think that that's been a success. So, you know, if you're going to start moving them to different days, I would just suggest to whatever extent that you would do that. You know, Fridays are somewhat of a tough day for some of our staff, you know, but at the same time, we have to work it around your guys' calendar. So if we need to do one in the evening, you know, I know, for example, we're going to probably, unless Chuck says something different, I know that we've traditionally done the building and site meeting in the afternoon. You know, maybe we could do the policy meetings after that meeting or something like that. You know, maybe that would be a workable solution.
Yeah, building and grounds is at 4 p.m. We used to do finance at 3 p.m. and you guys switch it to the morning.
I thought we were talking about, though, kind of trying to do the grouping of putting policy and academic achievement potentially back to back and doing finance and building and site back to back. Does it make sense if you're available? And I get Friday afternoons, that might make things a little challenging because it's the end of the week, but to do policy and academic achievement on a Friday afternoon, that's going to be a long afternoon. I was going to say, and then do building and site Monday afternoon. And finance. Mike, are you available in the afternoons?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm available anytime.
Because I'll put this out there, and I get that it's not all about me. I'm going to tell you my schedule, and I'm perfectly happy with staying on academic achievement and finance committee. And when possible, I will attend all 4 like I have. And I have no objection to, and I was very thankful that in this last year, Chuck, was gracious about the finance committee meeting to the morning, but I would really like to see finance and building and site back to back together in the afternoon. That way Chuck can attend.
Thank you. I would like to attend if we could do it 3 to 4 and then 4 to 5 for the building committee, but it's the board's pleasure. But yeah, I would like to be on that committee. But I know it's a committee of the whole. We have to add somebody to the building committee also, I believe, Ben, because we lost Tony. And I think just me and Brian are on it currently, if I'm not mistaken.
We do have Mike listed as well.
Oh, okay. Then we're good. I apologize.
No, that's okay.
Yep. So he's there anyway, so that's good. But I know
Ben, I just want to make sure we take into consideration Chris's availability for the finance committee.
Yeah, I mean, she's willing to do anything. Of course, she prefers the morning because, she's in her routine in the office. But, I would say we would want to probably not make it too much later, than that.
She's for the building. She's always at the building and site though. A lot of the times, Ben.
Yep.
So maybe that would be okay with her. That 3 to 4 and then 4 to 5, because I'm always asking her questions about the money. So
Could we, Chuck, are you available even if we bumped it up an hour and did finance 2 to 3 and then building and site 3 to 4?
I'm okay with that. I can move my schedules around for that to accommodate that. Yeah, if that helps her out.
Ben, does that make it easier for both of those two committees? And Mike, are you available for that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. So that takes care of finance and building and site. We'll put them back to back 2 to 3, 3 to 4 on Mondays, right before the board meeting. Now we need to go back to policy.
That's going to be a tough one, Alicia.
As Jessica said, not about me. I want to participate, but I fully appreciate that my schedule is more non-conducive to everybody else's. So please do whatever works best for everybody else.
I don't know if this is too big of a curveball, and I don't want to throw a wrench into anyone's plans, but we oftentimes are used to starting our days quite a bit earlier than that. So I wouldn't be opposed to starting a meeting early in the morning if that meant Alicia could also attend. It just depends on how early people want to get up and get started. So I'm a morning person, so I could easily do, a 6 to 7, 7 to 8 type of scenario. So but that's up to you guys and how you want to do it.
And I'm fine with that too, Ben. Like
Alicia, does that work for you?
6 to 7 works fine. I would have to be done at 7, but 6 to 7 works in my world too. So, but again, I don't want to dictate that. I do want to be cognizant too that technically it is a committee of the whole, so the public is able to attend as well. Correct.
Yep.
And if there's staff, that would be my only thing. You don't have to make it around me.
And I guess I would also say if we're going to do an early morning meeting, we maybe want to consider Tuesdays. So just a thought.
Yeah,
right.
I agree. Not a Monday.
I like that idea. Tuesday morning, 6 a.m.
All right.
So that's policy 6 to 7?
Yes.
On Tuesdays.
Tuesdays.
There's nothing that gets you up in the morning like a cup of coffee and some policies.
And policy.
Well, academic achievement follow that at 7?
Yeah, so I would suggest that academic achievement follow right after that. Is that work for you, Rod?
I was thinking you guys could just hang out like 9. Yes, that works.
All right. So it sounds like, I just want to reiterate, 6 to 7 on Tuesdays before the board meeting, for policy 7 to 8 on Tuesday for academic achievement, the Tuesday prior to a board meeting. Finance will move from the morning to 2 to 3 on Mondays before the board meeting. and then 3 to 4 for building and site as a follow-up. The chairs have expressed a desire to remain in place. Jack, where would you like us to place you, if any of these committees?
If we're moving the policy and academic achievement ones up an hour, that actually works perfectly with my schedule. So if it would be possible to join the policy committee as well as the academic achievement committee,
okay,
I would love to do both of those.
Okay.
Before the gym, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Before you go to the gym, please.
Yeah, obviously before I go to the gym.
Thank you. Just for the rest of us that have to be in the same room. Thank you.
Yes.
And then just to keep in mind, Jack, you're always welcome to join the other committees on Monday afternoons if you're available.
Yep.
All right. Sounds like we have that, and we won't vote on that at this point. We will wait until it's on our agenda. All right.
Gary, when are we going back to in-person meetings? Or Ben, do you have that answer?
Yeah, at this time, we're prohibited to do so by the health department order. There's going to be an update soon. So in the next week, we'll be getting more information and when we can start to gather and hold meetings in person.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ben. Okay. Now we are going on to our Mary Crapo discussion, the communities first.
All right. We have the, I'll kind of give a little bit of a background here for those of you that are new. Previously, Mary Crapo, for all intents and purposes, was condemned by inspectors and fire marshals and required us to come up with some solutions very quickly for our students who were in childcare there. We successfully were able to locate a new home for them, which is now our Little Dragons Learning Center, which many of you are aware of. But the question became, what do we do with the Mary Crapo building? A lot of the conversation at that point was, you know, it's a community asset. A lot of the people in the community really love that building. It's a historic building, so we wanted to take, you know, good care of it. We also didn't want it to fall into the hands of somebody that would, you know, it would end up in blight or something like that. So we did some research. We found a nonprofit organization, Communities First, and they successfully have done many projects where they've rehabbed old school buildings and turned them into a usable asset. For our site, we were requesting that it be looked at for senior housing, and Communities First was keen on doing that. It's been a couple years, and in their option to purchase, we essentially were giving them the building as long as they were able to be a successful steward of making it a senior housing development. We signed an agreement to help them execute that as a nonprofit. That agreement had a couple extensions, and those extensions have been exhausted, and the option to purchase expires in February. So Michael Wright and Glenn Wilson, I believe, are on the call tonight. And I told them they'd have a short period of time to kind of explain, you know, kind of where they're at in the process. But essentially, I'll let them kind of explain what they're asking for, and then give you an update on where they're at so that you can give an indication of your thought process on that. Mike, are you available?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ben. And then for those of you who don't know, we have Essence Wilson. She's our Chief Strategy Officer. She's going to talk a little bit about the organization, just to kind of warm everyone up and get you a little bit from there. So go ahead, Essence.
So I'll just start by saying, are you able to hear me? Just want to make sure. Okay, great. That I applaud your commitment to student and staff success. That was definitely evident in the student data that was presented, and then also listening to staff concerns. And then your willingness to have a 6 a.m. meeting was quite impressive. So thank you for all that you do for the students that you serve in your community. So in terms of Communities First, we are a Michigan-based nonprofit organization. We're a 501c3. And our mission is to build healthy, vibrant communities through economic development, affordable housing, and sorry about that. We have a 2-year-old that's running around here. Affordable housing and innovative programming. We're focused on providing safe, quality, affordable housing, economic opportunities, and also improving the quality of life for populations that we serve. We've been in operation for more than 10 years, and our motto is empowering people and building communities. So we are an experienced affordable housing and housing developer, and we have a special knack for both historic preservation and the redevelopment of school buildings. We're the developer of Oak Street Senior Apartments and Coolidge Park Apartments in Flint. Oak Street is a senior development with 24 units, and Coolidge Park is the adaptive reuse of a school that was closed in 2011 and has been turned into mixed income rental apartments, community space, and we also constructed a new mixed use building on that site with apartments and about 10,000 square feet of commercial space. So in addition to that housing work, we also provide a variety of services to families of the communities that we serve, including financial education, access to arts and culture opportunities, and civic engagement. Just as a quick recent example of our response to COVID-19, we recognize that many of the families that we serve were disconnected from the internet and that they were experiencing the digital divide. So we did secure resources to provide each of them with internet access and devices to help facilitate connectivity while maintaining social distancing, and also so that they could access benefits and support remote education. So that's my brief overview of the organization. We do have a presentation. I'm not sure if Mike is able to cue that up, and I'll just talk you through a couple of slides that show our work, and then Mike is going to talk about the more specifics of this particular project and where we are.
Everyone see that? Yeah, do you want me to start on Oak School, or where do you want me to start, Essence?
Yep, that's fine. So this is the former Oak School. It was built in 1898, and we transformed this, as I said, into 24 apartments. So that just gives you an idea of what the building looks like. We did our best to restore it to its historic nature, but then also this shows you what the before looked like. Go ahead, you can go to the before. Oh, go back one. Sorry, there you go. So that's what we inherited, and that was after actually a little bit of cleanup. So you can keep going, Mike. This is Swayze Court Apartments, another historic building in the Flint community that was in a state of disrepair. There have been fires, all kinds of damage done. And then the after of that building, if you would, just shows you, and that's right on Court Street in the downtown Flint area. Coolidge Park Apartments, this is the after of that building. Again, this one closed in 2011, and it is currently open and operating right now. Beautiful apartments, and you see the lower right-hand corner, that's actually a loft-style apartment that we were able to put into the area that used to be the gymnasium, and then it was the library, and we made those into loft-style apartments. And Mike is going to share with you some of the details about the Mary Crapo development and show you some photos of, or sorry, some renderings of that.
Yeah, so the plan for Mary Crapo Apartments is actually Mary Crapo Senior Apartments is to turn the building into senior apartments. 40 units of 1 and 2 bedrooms. We've got a range of incomes, range of rents from $343 to $1,100. This is a little dated. It might be updated a little bit now that it's 2021 and we're getting more market data in. We are currently in the pre-development stage. I'll show you the elevations and site plan that we've had for, I think we've presented before. We do have all of our municipal approvals, so we do have our site plan approval for the development. That's kind of a little bit of data just for the, to show you kind of the rents for the 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms. I think the Genesee County median income is up to $63,000. Swartz Creek is probably up a couple thousand. The development will be targeted to seniors 55 and older. We identified Swartz Creek as having a really great need for senior housing. I think the master plan and the economic development strategy calls for senior housing at that site. We've seen market studies that the senior population of Swartz Creek is expected to grow by quite a bit in the next 5 years, and we'll need to address quality housing if it wants to attract and keep people there. As I said, it will be a mixed income development. How we keep our properties operationally sustainable and attractive is through good property management. So we have a property management firm that's very experienced. So lease enforcement, programming for residents, and trying to connect them to the community. And also, we screen all of our tenants, do background checks and things like that. Just a couple of points about the benefits of what we want to do is this building is sitting vacant. You saw the first picture of Oak Street. Those buildings deteriorate fast. I've been in some Detroit school buildings that, 3 years vacant, they turned all the utilities off, and it's just like, looks like World War III in there. It's just a big building. So what we like to do is restore historic community assets. It's going to be a rehab to the Secretary of Interior's federal Secretary standards for historic preservation, meaning that we preserve it and it's, kind of is a historic landmark. We want to make it compatible for the neighborhood. It's right on the main street there, buffers the neighborhood, so it's very important, obviously. Also, for all our properties, want to ensure that it's market and financially feasible for the long term. And then there's space in the building for programming, and we've had a discussion and plan to have more with the Swartz Creek Historical Society, as well as the Senior Center. And we think we have some good cross-pollination with the Senior Center and Historic Society. Here's the rendering. The bottom right's kind of what it is now. The top left is a rendition. And then here's a floor plan. And I emailed this to Ben, so if you guys want to take a closer look, you have it. It's 3 floors. The bottom left, that's the addition. That's going to be 11 units. And then here's the site plan. So you got the school building here. There's a pavilion. And we want this nice little drive right here. So if residents want to come and drop off, same thing right here. We'll drop off. So what we're here today is, as Ben said, the option expires in February. The application date for what we're trying to do to fund this development changed due to COVID. Normally it's in October. It got pushed back to February, and kind of everything got pushed back with the state. And they have certain requirements for how long these agreements have to go out. So we're requesting that, Ben, you guys grant Ben the authority to sign an extension for the option agreement. And we'd like that extension to be extension to be till February of 2022, which gives us time to application in February and go through the closing process with our investors and lenders, and then start construction on the property. And obviously complete construction. So if anybody has any questions, I can stop sharing here.
So I had let Mike know that there would probably be some questions from the board. So they're here and available. And essentially what they're looking for is whether or not the board would like to extend their current option, and that will be, obviously up to you guys. So go ahead and feel free to ask the questions now while they're available.
Go ahead, Mike.
Michael, when did you start pursuing the grants and the financing? What date?
So this is quite a long process. Let me see here. So probably in 2019, mid 2019.
Would that be January 2019?
I'm not sure the exact month. I want to say mid 2019, but let me look. No, actually late 2018, early 2019. But to give you an example, Coolidge Park School, we started talking to the school board in 2016 on that, and we just completed construction in end of 2019, December 2019. So that took almost 4 years. Just these school buildings, putting together the resources to do a project like this, it takes time.
Okay, and you've had 2 extensions. We've given you 2 extensions.
Yep, the previous agreement had 2 extensions in it. Yep.
Okay. In your presentation a year ago, January, this month, you came to us asking for the extension. You talked about the single housing on the south side of the property. And you told us at that time that that was 5 years out, 5 years down the road before you would be pursuing that. The following month, February of 2020, you went to the city of Swartz Creek and changed that to where you were looking for zoning change or I'm not sure exactly what you were looking for, but it changed in that 1 month.
So when we last talked, what we had said was the site plan had some townhouses on the with the other side of the site, and we said that those were not funded. They were proposed, and there had been some funding that had come available or could come available that might make it more effectual to do the whole site as one, the rehab and the new construction. We had not planned to do it at that time, but there's possible funding avenues that might make it better to do both projects. We got feedback from a lot of the community or I should say some of the community, that they were really looking at the school building only and not really conducive to the new construction, just because either density issues or whatnot. It was never put forth as a site plan or an actual plan. I think there was some misinformation or some things that got out that people said we were going to do a certain plan. That was basically put out there at the time. And maybe it was a communication mistake on our end, but really it's just to show like what could be done. And then if it became possible, we would come back and say, okay, we got funding and this is actually more feasible now. That month, and it was a little over a month, but our feedback changed, and the site plan and the zoning changed to enable us to do the Mary Crable development was limited to just the school building portion and not I'll call it the baseball field area.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions for Michael?
Yes.
Go ahead, Brian.
So the baseball diamond area, is that off limits right now then?
Yep. That's off limits right now. Yep, we cannot. It's the zoning changes only for the school building. We can't. It's off limits.
Could you go back to that rendering of what the school would look like? It was the last rendering you had up there on the screen, the sharing.
Right here?
Yep. Now, I know this isn't part of the extension and the discussion, but it's just something that caught my eye. That small building in the middle, in the horseshoe area, is the old furnace boiler room. And I'm thinking that if this is all remodeled, that there won't be any use for that. I don't believe. So is that going to continue to be there?
You have a really good eye. That's actually a discussion we've had. So it's we actually went to the Michigan State Historic Preservation Society and the National Park Service. We are very familiar with working with them on our other projects. And we submitted a preliminary plan to them, and it's the old powerhouse with the chimney is part of the development as a historic resource. So for right now, it's going to stay. What we can use it for, we'll probably clear it out and see what we can use it for. But it's not really, obviously make apartments out of it. But right now, it's part of the historic nature of the building.
So that it can't be removed or raised. That boiler room area, that power plant.
Yeah, we're going to have to go through the National Park Service, and they'll make a final determination. And we have an architect that's very pretty savvy with redoing these historic buildings. So I can't really commit to whether it's going to go or stay at this point.
Okay, well, it was just a thought, concern.
Yeah, no, you have a good eye for actually catching that. The rendering there.
Well, thank you, Mike. How long, Mike, do you think, if we did allow an extension, how much longer would you be asking to complete the financing, the project?
So the best case scenario would be we start construction either end of this year or beginning of next year, and it'll probably take about a year of construction. So probably by end of 2022.
And you're pretty set with that then. Are you pretty sure you're going to get the funding? I mean, I know that's always kind of a gamble.
Yeah, I always say when it can be done, and I should say, and I know Glenn's gonna be mad at me because I should say as soon as possible. That's the best answer. So, we're pretty good at what we do. So far, we've had a really good track record, and we have not always gotten our projects funded on the first shot, but we stick to it. We are committed. We're a non-mission driven community organization that's very driven by doing good projects that are right for the community, but we're very business minded and savvy about putting together these projects so they work and they work for the long haul. So that's where we're at. And so when we do something like this, we are confident that, in our.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Anyone else?
Carrie, this is Alicia. I do have a question. I'm not on video at the moment. Sorry.
Go ahead, Alicia.
I guess my question in this point, hang on, let me mute my other one. Okay. At this point, we're now, like you said, extended twice. In any residential contract I've ever done, we've had to put forth earnest money to kind of secure a spot. Where are you positioned to consider that currently moving forward? So far, we've gotten, if I understand correctly, $2.
Yeah, part of the doing projects like this is, like I said, we're very community minded. This is not a typical, ROI project for us, and typical ROI project, I think, for you as an owner. Other factors that we highlight, are the preservation of the historic asset, but that building, if you're going to do anything with it, even demo it, it's going to cost probably a couple $100,000. So there's huge value in that building. To realize that value, especially what the Swartz Creek master plan calls for, and all the hard work that's gone in for the community, it takes investment from all sides. And so that's one of the things that we are coming to you, and we discussed before, is that's part of the making this project happen.
And I'll just add for context, the funding that we do apply for is competitive. So it's not you have a great project and you get they sign it, there's a check signed. And so it is competitive. And so it's always dependent upon who else is submitting projects around the state, and just the raw scoring of that. So one of the things that does help us in the scoring process is having this relationship with the school board, and they're essentially being a donated property. So that's something that actually helps us to be more competitive. So I just wanted to offer that as well.
Yeah, good point, Essence.
That's a great. Are you done, Alicia? That's good questions, Alicia. You all set, Alicia?
Thank you.
I got a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I came in at the tail end of 2018. This project was already approved by the former board, or with their blessing. And it sounds like a great project, but I just got a couple technical questions. Have you put in the application, and what date did you do it, and how many applications have you put in the last 2 years?
So we put in one application basically on the bubble. Mishta told us to basically come back. That was kind of, I think, what we had talked about, told the city before. They had, the next round was in October, and they postponed that round for whatever, six to nine, whatever it was, till February, till this February. So I think that's kind of, like I said, we don't always get funded right away. Several other projects that's gone through the same thing.
Right. So you put in 2 applications. One was basically denied, and one was put off partially because of COVID. Your partner there, I'm sorry, it was Miss Wilson, stated that we compete for other money. How much other money are we competing for this time around? Is there an answer to that? How many other applications are on? You guys got to know that.
Yeah, no.
Put in the application. Yeah.
It's one application round that is competitive. There's different sources of funding, but it's one application around. And that was last April.
April? Yeah.
Yeah, April.
So we've only submitted one time for that funding. And then the October funding round did not occur. They delayed that until this coming February.
Right.
And so we do not know how many other folks will submit because it's competitive, and other developers throughout the state can apply. So we never know. It could be, 20 other projects. It could be 50. We don't have any way of knowing that up front. And if we did, and we had that magic ball, I think that would be really helpful. But we just don't know that.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. I understand. I've wrote a lot of grants and applied for a lot of money. And if it's the way I used to do it at the municipalities I worked for, is that we put in for the money, and there might be 50 other competitive police departments putting in for the money. And then if there's $100 grand, they divvy it up, or the first one gets it. So I'm taking it that's the way you guys are doing it too, right?
So being that it's a competitive process, essentially, without getting too technical, they fund the highest scoring applications first, and then kind of as things go, they fund based off of the availability. So it's not, they don't give you a reduced amount. They will essentially fund at the full amount as best they are able as they go down the list.
Okay.
In order of who scores the highest. I hope that makes
right.
sense.
Yeah, no, it does. In grant process,
that's not there.
Yep. In grant process, we did the same thing. It was a point system. Sometimes they would divvy up. Sometimes they'd give it to the first department. Do you have access to know how much money is available, or where our application is going to be at, and how many competitors we have, so this board can make an educated decision on that?
We were like I said, we're on the bubble of the last round. We never know how many people are going to submit, but we've submitted in applications of probably the last 3 or 4 years. There's been 2 rounds per year. And so we do have a sense of where a project scores, depending, and there's the biggest factors are location and cost and I guess programming. And we are very good on location. The other 2, programming, we're very good on. Cost is one we try to control. We were right on the last round. We were on the bubble. I think our score was 1 higher than the last one, but we had asked for slightly more because the project was an adaptive reuse of a historic building. So we didn't get it. So this round we expect, to be in the mix. We're confident, like I said.
Yeah. And the other thing I would say is that we would never submit a project that we don't think would be highly competitive, because it's not in our best interest either. We expend, the human resources in terms of our staff working on this, but then also the cost of the architectural fees and all of that stuff. And so being that we are a nonprofit organization, we are entrusted with funds from community members and also from foundations. So we also try to balance our mission focus, as Mike said, with being very business oriented. So if it wasn't good business and we didn't think that we would be competitive and get funding, we certainly wouldn't expend the resources and have you all be hopeful and your community be hopeful if we didn't think that it was realistic.
That's perfect. And if you put in the application in February, how long do you think it'll be before they give us an answer? Do you have a time frame on that, or do they have a time frame deadlines?
I would say generally it's about a 3-month turnaround. It may be a little bit more this time just because they will likely have more applications because they've consolidated the funding rounds. So it could be a little bit longer than that. So I would say probably at least, we would expect at least probably 4 months because of all of the documentation that they have to review in their scoring process and verifying that everything is in order for each of the projects that they're intending to fund.
Thank you. That's a great answer. And then one other question. If we extend it for 6 months, would that give you enough time to know? And then that way we could do something. My concern is, and my fellow board member, Ms. Gardner, said the same thing, because I've made comments about this before. I hate to try to sell my house, have somebody give me a $50 deposit. It sits for 3 years. It goes worse. And then we're stuck with the house because somebody backs out. And then we're the taxpayers now. They got to figure out what to do with this building. And I'm sure you've heard that argument before, but that's my argument to make it in simple terms. So, I mean, it doesn't sound like you could give us any more money, but how about a time frame? Could we get, some relief on a time frame so we know what we could do?
So I guess 2 things. There are certain requirements in terms of how long we have to have on the agreement. And that's because in addition to receiving the funding, there's also a closing process, which after award takes a significant amount of time just to get all of the final documentation and everything. So if you could imagine closing on a house, imagine that times like 20 in terms of just like all the paperwork and the processing. So that's one reason why we would ask for more time. I would also say that if you were to think about it in terms of, who else could get it done, I don't know of any other developer that would have local community interest in mind as we do, that would do a better job and seek out as many different funding sources as possible to make it work. And so, just in terms of the connectivity to the types of funding that would get this project done, I don't know of any other developer locally in particular that could really get the job done. So you'd be starting from scratch if you were to do that, and you would be looking at extending the time that it would take for the building to be redeveloped.
Right. Okay, that's a good answer. Thank you.
I just want to clarify, I understand that you are reapplying in February, correct? With all of the folks. Does that mean there will be a second cycle in October? We would hope that you'd be successful in February, but there will be a second cycle this year in October?
The state is planned for that.
Okay.
Yeah. COVID has thrown a lot of things off. So that is, as Mike said, the expectation is that there will be an additional funding round in October, but we can't guarantee that. They haven't put out their schedule and the guidance on that, but that would be the expectation.
Thank you. And Jessica, I think you had a question.
Yeah, when you were talking about that you were on the bubble the last time for the scoring, did they tell you what it was like, or do you know what to do, and have you made the adjustments to raise that score? Are they pretty detailed with that? And
yeah, so they're nice enough to have a little bit of a conversation and send us a little nice letter and stuff. But yeah, it's not. We know exactly like what we have to do to better our application and where we kind of stand, and we can compare where we are now with what was happening last round and kind of gauge that.
Okay, and you put this application in to MISH for their grant monies, and then you also in addition get other funding sources. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the MISH funds cover probably typically on a deal like 70% of the a huge chunk of the cost, but not all of it. And so we have other sources of funds. And it's under a lot of different people. So yeah.
Sure. And so that other, we'll call it 30%, if that's okay. Do you already have that committed for this project?
Yes, the other
the other commitment until? Oh, go ahead.
So, yeah, part of our application that makes us competitive is being able to line up our funding sources. So, yeah.
And then I am going to tell you, Swayze, the Coolidge looks amazing.
Thank you. I love driving down Ballinger.
You guys did another apartment project. I was going to say you've got the one over on Flushing as well, right?
Yep.
Oh no, that's on Ballinger as well.
Ballinger.
Yep.
North of Flushing Road. That you guys just did a project there. So are all of those, and did any of those, were those multiple application processes or no? And
both of them were.
yes,
Coolidge Park.
I'm wondering, and I think maybe some other people are wondering, is there a concern that there's, okay. That's what I want to get to is like, is there something that we're missing, or because of our location that is less likely? But as well as, if I may say, Ms. Wilson, as you said, Michael, that if you weren't confident, you put this time, money, and energy into this project if you didn't think that it was viable. So
yeah,
I think those are all my questions. And and I have one more. You were saying basically, I know that you'd like to get the project done as quickly as possible, and you don't have a magic wand, but that feasibly, let's say you get awarded in February, it's like the 4-month process, or you won't even know until like June, whatever, then the closing, and then construction begins. Once construction begins, you anticipate it's roughly around a year to do the renovations, roughly. I won't hold you to it because I know it's construction exactly, but you don't see it as being 2 or 3 year renovation project, roughly a 1 year renovation project. Okay.
No, I think the most construction goes is 15 to 16 months. And this is a renovation of an existing building. I mean, with this building, I'll tell you once we start construction, the main thing is going to be, and it's a big cost, is the asbestos and lead, working on those kind of issues, because we have to make the building safe for everyone else. So that's kind of like a lot of the need for that extra lead time is we've got to get our abatement guys in there. They have to be certified. They have to give proper notices to the state and all that stuff.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for the great questions, and Glenn and Michael for answering our questions. I would like to take the chair's prerogative and entertain a motion for an extension. And as you're making your motion, please let us know the length of time.
So we would be requesting till February of 2022.
Anyone on the board willing to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Brian?
Yes.
I'll support.
Okay, so I want to clarify. You are making a motion to extend.
To extend the invitation through February of 2022.
Okay. I have a motion and support. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Joanne, could you do roll call, please?
Yes. Mike?
No.
Pardon me? Mike, was that a no?
Yes, no.
Okay. Alicia?
I don't know.
Do you want me to come back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Jessica?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Chuck?
No.
Carrie?
Yes.
Jack?
No.
And Alicia?
I'm the dissenting vote. Is that where we're at? I lost track.
Yes.
Okay, I will vote with comment. Yes. And then I'll add a comment. I know that it's going to be difficult to find somebody else. So it might not be the same vote in a year, but.
That's 4 yeses and 3 nos.
Motion passes. So we have just voted to extend through February 2022. And thanks to my fellow board members for your great questions and for your presentation, folks from Community First. We look forward to working with you. We hope that you have great luck in the next round of grant applications, and look forward to getting updates.
Thank you so much, and we greatly appreciate your time, and hope to, prove to you, and a couple of years from now, I'll be standing at a groundbreaking and a ribbon cutting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everybody.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks so much, Brendan. You did a great job too. I was afraid I went after you, so we have to talk. Maybe you can give some presentations for us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Nice job. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on, we have our conversation. Yes, go ahead.
Could we please take a 5-minute break?
Oh, Mike, because you asked so nicely. Yes, we will be back. We'll be back into session at 8:32.
Thank you.
Are we just about ready? It's okay if you had to go get something to eat. So did I. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, great. I think we can move on with the discussion about our extended continuity of learning plan. Ben?
Yeah, so at our last board meeting, actually 2 board meetings ago, we made the decision to shift to remote learning coming back on January 19th. And obviously you heard a number of teachers in the public comment today. And, you know, I think it's great that they're voicing some of their thoughts around this. They're going to be deeply impacted by whatever decision is made. The decision at this point as it stands is that we're coming back on the 19th and we are planning to that end. But every month we have to revisit this plan, and the board's decision on whether to extend that period of time or to continue with the plan to come back on the 19th is going to be, you know, rests with the board. And so my role here again is to provide you with some data, with some information. And so I'm going to share a few presentations with you, and just ask that you bear with me for a second because I've got multiple things to kind of flip between. And so first of all, I will share our health department data. So every board meeting I share as a part of our extended continuity of learning plan, kind of where we stand with the health department. We've had several conversations. We met again today. Obviously, I shared some things in my superintendent report about the vaccine specifically, which is all very positive news. Our dashboard has been obviously not as affected in the last month because we've been remote. That doesn't mean that we're not having student cases, but what that means is that the dashboard reflects school-associated cases. That means that the students were in school, and even if they contracted it at home, they could have been around somebody and they were in school at a time where they could have been symptomatic, and so therefore they go on the dashboard. So during the pause, we're not necessarily putting in every time we get a call, but we still communicate with the health department so that we know, you know, hey, we have this number of students, you know, and certainly the online students as well are going to be reflected in those numbers. So those numbers.
Ben, real quick, that numbers we were just looking at, was that for what month? I'm sorry.
It's cumulative. It runs for the year.
So that was from September 1st of our school year, basically?
Yep. Okay. So as we kind of get down into the snapshot, obviously the majority of the cases that we see are in elderly people. This data is as of, and it looks like the date got cut off, but this data is very recent as of the last few days. And so what you're going to notice is that the positivity rate, the daily percent of people who are testing positive, had hit a spike in December and is kind of ebbing and flowing. We're seeing a decline in those cases. I will say that in talking with the health department today, they had noted that they saw a significantly steeper decline previously than what we're seeing now, but we are seeing a steady decline in a good direction. These are the key metrics, and this was prepared as of yesterday. So, and this takes us through the 8th. So just so that you have kind of a perspective, these are the 7-day average cases per million. And so you can see that graphic showing kind of that ebbing and flowing. You're seeing kind of that ebbing and flowing, but in general, it's trending downward, you know, at this point. Also, when we look at the 7-day average of positivity rate, that number is coming down significantly. To be clear, in a lot of the original documents that we had, we like that number to be around 5% to see things go back to kind of more what we would consider normal activity. But that number has been declining and then kind of spiking and coming back and forth. But it was up around 13% as of the beginning of December, and now trending down into the 9s. So it's in a good direction. But again, still liking to see that number around 5% when you talk with the health department. In terms of deaths, you're seeing the 7-day average of deaths also kind of coming down, not significantly. These reports are of the Genesee County inpatient, at the inpatient beds and things that they have. Those numbers are coming down. They said that COVID patients currently represent about 25% of those numbers. When you get into the testing, that has remained high. We're doing a bit fewer tests now over the last month, or last week, I should say, not month. And I have sent this to you for your review if you'd like to look at it in more detail. But a couple things that were of note in terms of the hospital capacity. We have plenty of PPE supplies. 53% of our ventilators are available, which is more than we had last week. The daily number of COVID patients is kind of remaining stable at this point. We're not seeing any huge fluctuations. And the adult ICU capacity is at 85%, which is more than it was last week. So those are all very positive in terms of hospital strength. Something of note, the cases among students in the ages pre-K to 12th grade, those case numbers have actually gone up over the last month. So at our meeting last week, the cases were lower for kids under the age of 18 than they are now. So one of the things that consistently is talked about is the fact that even in a remote environment, COVID is present, right? I mean, a lot of the transmission is happening at homes and within households. Kids are going to gatherings and things like that, and may not necessarily be masked up and following protocols like they do when they're at school. And I think Brendan's presentation was absolutely phenomenal. And I think it was some good food for thought, even on enforcement. But even though it's not perfect, there's certainly going to be a higher probability that kids are wearing masks and having somebody look out for those safety protocols at school more than they are, if they're at a house party of some kind. And I should say that, I guess, depends on the house party that you would go to. I would also, in addition to the health department data, I would like to share two other pieces. The teachers came on, and some of the teachers expressed their views at the beginning of the meeting. I'm kind of a direct conduit to the board from the staff, and so I always try to represent their thoughts and opinions on these things. And so I met with the teacher leadership team yesterday. Last week, I actually had a Zoom call with all of the teachers in the district, and heard some of their concerns and kind of where they're at. And so they actually provided a survey. So I told them that I'd be happy to share their return to learning survey. And so they asked if they thought we should return to in-person learning on the 19th. This was all teachers from face-to-face, hybrid, and online modalities. 58% said no, so a majority of them said they do not feel like we should. 42% said yes. The second question was, do you think we should return to in-person learning on January 19th? And this was for the teachers who were teaching in the in-person modalities. Sorry, this is face-to-face and hybrid. 52% no, 48% yes, so that is a same percentage. Interestingly, I apologize here, getting down into this question, this is elementary teachers only. So the elementary teachers kind of interestingly feel like we should be returning to in-person learning in the face-to-face and hybrid modalities. The secondary teachers feel pretty considerably the opposite way. And I think a large part of that is because obviously we've seen more cases at the high school than any of our other buildings. If you voted no, under what conditions would you prefer to in-person learning? A large majority of them said once the vaccine is available to all the teachers who want it, they felt like that would be the time that they could do. And that echoes the comments that they made tonight. This was an interesting question that I think Chuck had a question about. Do you plan to receive the COVID-19 vaccine when it becomes available? 57% said yes. 12% said no. And then there's a large group in the middle that I think is kind of waiting and seeing. So a majority of the teachers plan to get the vaccine when it becomes available. And so the key takeaways from their presentation, their survey, more than half of teaching staff are not comfortable returning to in-person learning. And a strong majority of teachers plan to or will consider getting the COVID-19 vaccine when it's available. And they just prefer to wait until the vaccine's ready. I stay true to my word, and I said that I would pass that along to the board so that you understand the survey that they put together for their members and that they put out there. And obviously you got some good data from Brendan's presentation. I think seeing, a student's perspective is fantastic. And I will say that I had nothing to do with that. I didn't ask Brendan to do that, but it was excellent. And he did that all on his own volition. So that was fantastic. Another data point that I think we need to look at is the modality selection survey. So looking at what parents are asking for come the second semester. And so that is also kind of an interesting takeaway. Sorry, I just have to switch to that screen.
We're not seeing your screen, or at least I'm not.
Right, I'm trying to just get to, I apologize.
No, that's okay. I actually have a question on the teacher survey before you move on, if that was was that all the data that you have on that?
That was what they provided to me to share tonight, yes.
Okay. Did they give you a response rate at all of how many teachers actually replied to that survey?
Yes, they said that about 116 people responded. So over half of their staff responded.
And did they have a breakdown at level at all?
Not that I was provided at this point.
Well, wait a minute, Ben, I'm confused because you said 52% elementary was no, 48% yes, which is a real close split. And then in the upper levels, it was 58 no, 42 yes. That's what I wrote down. Is that correct?
I believe it's a little bit higher of a gap. I think a higher percentage of elementary teachers that responded to the survey said they want to come back.
Right.
And a higher percentage of secondary teachers say they're not comfortable coming back.
Right.
What I would just add to that is that those numbers are obviously of the people who responded to the survey, and I believe that number was around 115, 116 people. They said, not 100% sure on that. So not every single teacher has responded.
No, I know we have about 160 total. Correct.
We have about 200, closer to 200.
We just teacher staff,
teaching, counselors, and our ancillary staff. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at, we have about 168 teachers, and the rest were parapros and other people mixed in. Are good. All right, I just want to make sure I got the right numbers to look at.
Sure. So that's kind of giving you a teacher view. You had a student perspective. The other perspective that I'd like to share is basically the results from our second semester modality selection form. So I have to kind of walk you through this. We obviously we have, 3,600, 3,700 students roughly in the district. So we had 2,837 responses, which is a very high response rate. So we're glad for that. But the other 900 kids, we had to actually, the buildings and the principals worked on creating lists, and they called them all and got all their selections. But the percentages look really similar across the board. And so here's the interesting thing. The first question on the survey was, are you satisfied with your child's educational modality this year that you chose prior to the suspension of in-person learning? So this is before we did a pause. And 87% roughly say, I wish my child should continue in the modality that we chose at the beginning of the year. So the good news there is that overwhelmingly the majority of people want to keep doing what they were doing prior to the shutdown. And so I think that shows that we have a lot of confidence in what the program that we've put together, and our teachers are really doing an outstanding job. I get comments all the time about, please keep me with this teacher, and please let me continue to work with this teacher. They're doing such a great job. And we hear that across the board from a lot of different people. So it's very positive. And so basically, when we look at reaffirming, we had quite a few people that said, we're going to continue to do what we were doing. So 2,400 people basically said, I want to keep doing that. And they're requesting to the tune of about 64% want face-to-face, 12% are looking for blended, and online is looking for about 24%. Now, the group that is looking to change, so these are the people that have been in a particular modality and they want to change. There's 371 of them. 68.5% of them are hoping to move to the face-to-face learning, and only 15% are hoping to go blended, and 16% online. So what that tells us is that of the people that are looking to change, the majority of them want to come to face-to-face learning. So we're going to see our overall district percentage of requests for face-to-face learning going up. And so that's a factor. So we're planning to that end. We're working on staffing. One of the other factors that we're addressing in the second semester for our online students, or in the event that we were to be remote as a district or in some sort of a pause, we're looking to increase the amount of synchronous time. And Brendan talked about this in his presentation for our high school students. So, middle school and elementary students, they've had a structure that's a little bit different. Their schedules aren't quite as complex as a high school schedule is. And so the counselors and the high school admin team and the teachers have kind of collaborated, and we're going to be increasing the amount of time that our teachers are having contact with their kids every day. So instead of just one time a week, it will be for a longer period of time, multiple times a week. And then there'll also be some offers or some small group time built into that, and some differentiation time. So I feel like we're trying to address a lot of the concerns of the parents in that as well. So I've tried to give you some data on where we stand as a health department. I've given you some data on the perspective of our teachers. I've given you the perspective of certainly the parents and where, kind of their percentage breakdowns are. Brennan thankfully gave you a perspective from the students. And, at this point, we're planning to come back on the 19th, unless you as a board tonight decide that there needs to be a change of course, and in which case we'll do whatever we need to do. So I'll leave that up for your discussion this evening. And if you have questions, I'm here to answer, but I wanted to provide you with that data tonight.
Hey, Ben.
Go ahead, Mike.
Ben, just confirmation. You said 86% wanted to stay in the modalities that they originally were in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ben,
Any other questions for Ben? Go ahead, Jessica.
Yeah. Could you, with the increase of more students coming back face-to-face who have requested that, and it seems, I don't know if you have a percentage number. You also said like there were more elementary teachers that wanted to come back, more secondary teachers that didn't want to come back, but I don't know if I missed it or didn't hear what the percentages were for those answers. But oh, I've just totally forgot my question. Number one, do you have an answer for that? Like you said, it was a majority, but is it like are 90% of our secondary teachers concerned about coming back?
I'll just pull it up again, so I'm not misquoting.
It was 52% no and 48% yes coming back, Ben.
No, that was about in person. Then he commented after that where it was just the answer on elementary teachers, and
yeah, that was it. I think, Jessica.
But they wanted to come back.
So the all teachers surveyed was 58% felt like they should not return, and 42% said that they should return. When you look at the elementary teachers in the face-to-face and hybrid modalities, 62% say that we should come back, 38% say no. And it's pretty much flip-flopped at the secondary. 63% say no, 37% say yes, we should. So those are those percentages.
Right. And I think where the confusion was is that you gave us a total number, and then you broke it down for K through 8, and then you broke it down, Jessica's what he was saying, from 9 through 12. If I'm not misspeaking you, Ben.
It's very close to correct. It's actually K5 is wanting to come back, and 6-12 is wanting to stay out. As it is a very broad statement.
Okay.
So I remembered my question. Sorry. Could you speak to then with the number of students that want to come back face to face and the increase, and that in the secondary, especially in the high school, there's kids that age are more likely to be able to have transmission versus younger kids. And I think we've done a great job, and I've said this multiple times, that our safety protocols have worked quite honestly, way better than I thought they were going to. Could you speak to what the classes would be like, especially in the secondary schools? Are we going to, as like one of the teachers talked about, are we going to have 34 kids still in classrooms, or because we have more kids coming back, are we able to move some teachers potentially and have smaller class sizes? Is that a possibility?
It's absolutely a possibility, but I wouldn't want to say that that's going to happen across the board or even with any kind of consistency. I think it's probably more likely at the elementary school that you may see some class sizes declining. Because quite frankly, you have more students who are going to be coming back to the face-to-face modality. And so that means that we'll be able to balance out those in-person classes a little bit better than we currently have, because it's difficult when you're trying to run 3 programs. I mean, we're basically running 3 school districts right now, because we're offering 3 different modalities. And so it will balance things out a little bit, I believe. But I don't think it would be accurate to say that there wouldn't be, a class size of students that would be fairly normalized if we come back to face-to-face instruction. Now, I'm not sure that we could even, when we did the original measure, you're really looking at about 9 students in a typical classroom that can fit if you socially distance. And so, it would take a pretty drastic programming change if we were going to do something like that. I'm not saying that that wouldn't be possible, but it would take us some time to try and pull something like that off. And it would also mean, essentially probably having to lower choice. We would have to kind of say, we're just going to all commit to this or this, and do it that way.
I got a question. Are you done, Jessica? This is going to be kind of a tough one, Ben. Yep. Okay. We go back to school, And obviously, some of the teachers are split. Some want to come back, some don't want to come back, and stay in virtual, and stay in virtual teaching. Is there a way to, and this might be a scheduling nightmare for you, Ben, and the rest of your support staff, if the teachers that don't want to come back, is there enough for them to do the virtual, and the ones that do come back do the in-person? Is there a way to blend that to help the teachers out and get our students back into school?
Yes and no. That is actually a great idea and something that we've been working on all year. And so right now, for example, we have some staff members who are medically compromised. Maybe they've gone through traumatic, disease or something like that. We're prioritizing those teachers to be remote. So,
Good.
for example, we would not put somebody in harm's way that we knew could potentially be medically fragile. We're putting those teachers in a kind of a priority list. And then we're trying to honor as many requests as we can. The challenge becomes, at the beginning of the year, it was a little bit more balanced in terms of, or I should say in sync. So what parents and students wanted was pretty much mirroring what the teachers' requests were. That's not the case at this time. So at some point, you've got teachers requesting something, parents and students requesting another, and that's where you're going to end up with some differences, because you'll have some people that we need to run a face-to-face class that would prefer to be remote. So as I said before, we're kind of operating on a prioritized basis and looking at those that are in a medically compromised position, taking priority and precedence, looking at those vulnerable populations then first, and then moving towards people that would request that. And so we are doing that, and we'll continue to try and do that to make sure we're not putting anyone in harm's way. And this is a really difficult conversation. I know that all 7 of you are going to struggle, just wrestling with the whole thing. And I think everybody is, because quite frankly, we have a lot of parents that want their kids back in school, and rightfully so, because a lot of our kids need to be back in school. You have teachers that have some very legitimate concerns, and I think you heard some of those tonight, and we've certainly heard that side. So it's not a slam dunk either way, and I think it's important for everybody to recognize we're trying to, balance this out and do the best we can for everybody. But I don't deny that the decision that you have before you is a challenging one. And either direction, I'm sure there's going to be someone who's dissatisfied with the outcome, but there's no denying that there are some legitimate concerns on some of the staff members from their perspective. And there's also no denying that some of our kids are not succeeding in this environment and need to be back in school. So, I'll kind of leave it at that. So, but if you have other questions, I'm certainly available to answer them.
Mike, did you have a question?
No, I don't have a question.
Oh, okay. Anyone
Thank you.
else?
Pardon?
No, I was just asking if anybody else had any questions. Ben, I do have a question about the teachers' data that indicates that there's about 30% that are undecided about whether they're going to get the vaccine. And as we heard from the many callers this evening, they cited not having vaccine as a potential reason for continuing remote learning. I'm just wondering if you anticipate that 30% shifting, and what the plan might be, or if you know yet what the plan might be to try to encourage folks to consider it so that we can at some point return to some normalcy.
I mean, I think that's certainly your prerogative as a board. I guess from my perspective, and I guess I'll take one on the chin here. I'm not comfortable in these situations trying to urge or encourage someone to do something, to put something in their body that is such a personal decision. I don't feel like it's my role as the employer to tell somebody, please take this vaccine. It's a new vaccine. Obviously, it passed through the protocols. There's people that know a lot more about it than I do. So I'm taking a very supportive approach, and I'm trying to get as many of our people that want to get the vaccine vaccinated. But I also would not want anyone who has a particular persuasion about whether they're uncomfortable doing that to feel also uncomfortable. We're dealing with a variety of perspectives here. So I don't think it's accurate to say that every single person unilaterally wants the vaccine. In the survey and the people who responded to the teachers survey, there certainly does indicate that a majority of the teachers would like to get it. And I think we need to get all of them vaccinated that want to get vaccinated. But I'm certainly not going to take the approach of persuading or putting pressure on somebody to get a vaccine. As a board, if that's a direction you would like to go, that's fine. But I don't feel like it's my place to advocate in one direction or another, because it's such a personal decision, and every family is going to make that call. I believe my role is to facilitate and be a supporter of it, because certainly we do believe that if you're going to be more comfortable, that's better for you and for the kids. So my approach is going to be supportive and be a good facilitator, but I wouldn't want any of our staff members coming to work feeling pressured or somehow bullied into the employer saying, you better do this or else. I really feel like that's a mistake. There has been a conversation across the state amongst superintendents. I know of literally nobody who is mandating the vaccine. There are some private companies that are doing that. But it is it's a dangerous slope to go down, and so I personally would like to stay fairly neutral on that. But if you as a board would like to take a position and suggest or encourage people to get it, that I can certainly pass that information along on your behalf.
So I really wasn't implying that we would mandate it. That's just me speaking. I was more going down the path of education about maybe answering questions people might have that might, once they have those questions answered, may make a decision one way or the other. I mean, that's a pretty substantial middle ground of 30% of the people that maybe they don't have all the answers.
Yep.
Maybe they're waiting to see what kind of side effects their friends have, type of thing.
Yeah. So, and to that point, Carrie, I actually, in the health department meeting today, I was asking some of these questions, and they have produced some videos that we're going to be making available to our staff. And it talks a little bit about some potential side effects that might happen when you take the vaccine, talks about some of the testing of it. We're going to make all of that available so that people can be educated about what it is and do their own research, but also provide them with some resources. So again, we want to try and facilitate anyone that would prefer to get the vaccine. What I heard overwhelmingly from the teachers as well, for those that are in favor of the vaccine getting it, a lot of it is just about them feeling safer, and that would lessen their anxiety if they had the vaccine. And so, if we can help people feel more comfortable, I think that's a huge win for the district.
Alicia.
How many other schools? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alicia.
Ben, do we have any unused space that could otherwise be allocated to temporary pop-up classrooms for a marking period or even the second semester? Just looking at logistics.
Yes, we do have space. I'm not sure where you're going with the question. I mean, we would have, you're asking, would we have room to add a classroom someplace? Yes.
Well, obviously we have to have staff to be able to facilitate those classrooms. I get that, but to answer or address or to start considering the questions and the comments from some of the teaching staff that have come forward stating that there just physically isn't enough space to separate children. Obviously, some of those face-to-face with the multiple modalities have larger classroom sizes than we would have liked, but reality is reality. In the event that we are considering going back face-to-face, and then second semester looks like there's a overwhelming increase to go face-to-face, we're going to have more children back, to provide additional spacing, to still consider that. Just wondering if we have other or non-traditional approaches that we may be able to use, gymnasiums, auditoriums, cage, anything of that sort that would be feasible for alternative classrooms.
Yeah, I mean, we do have space. If that's the question, yes, we do have space, but we don't have any plans for, running a different program at this time. But we do have space.
I don't necessarily mean a different program. It would just be, I don't know. Well, I guess it would add on another classroom is what. I don't know. I'm just thinking of possible logistics when we have the numbers to be able to decide who's coming back and how we can space people the best appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have other questions, Alicia?
No, that's it. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Chuck, you had some questions?
Yeah, just how many other schools are going back, Ben? Do you have that number?
I believe
I've done some
5,
research on my own, but
I believe 5 school districts came back last week. And I think there's another crew, which include us, that are planned to come back next week. And then there's another crop planning to come back the week after that. And then there's a few districts that are remaining remote and a few districts that are doing like a hybrid type of approach.
Right. That's where letting their kids come in 1 or 2 days a week and then doing the rest on computer, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hybrid approach. I understand some of the schools may be doing that.
Yes,
Period.
and we're doing that as well. We gave parents the choice to do that, so we're doing that. The smallest number of our kids have elected to take that option, but we're doing that as well. So some districts are choosing to do that for all students. But I know about 5 districts right now that have come back last week, face-to-face, 5 days a week.
What's the health department say about them? Has there been any outbreaks there?
No.
And to add, we actually do have some students going face-to-face through the ISD programs as well, because they've been back.
Correct.
Thank you, Alicia. Yeah, that's what I heard. I checked with several districts, and I'm not trying to get you a get you question. I'm just asking to verify my information I'm getting, Ben, to see that, because I understand there's not been a lot going on with the children or the teachers, which I don't want to put. Our teachers are hardworking. They're doing a great job. We have 160 teachers roughly, and then the parapros and the other support staff. And we heard from 15 today. So there's a silent majority out there that aren't really commenting. And on your survey, about 60 didn't reply back. There was 110 that replied, and 70, 80 with the parapro. So I think that number tells itself, along with Brandon's compilation of what he told us. Are we ready to go back? If we do go back, Ben, you've got everything in place, right?
We will be ready to go back. And I think, if the decision is to go back, we will be ready for the kids and ready for the families to come in. I think there's going to have to be some significant care and just care given to those teachers that are concerned about it. Trying to find as much opportunity as we can to prioritize remote learning or remote teaching for those that have a need to do so. But we will execute whatever the board's decision is. So if you decide to bring us back, we're ready to go. If you decide to extend it for a period of time, we'll go in that direction as well. And that's kind of where we're at with it. We are certainly planning to that end as we made the decision a month ago.
We agreed on this a month ago. Yes.
Go ahead.
Alicia, you had a question?
I actually have a question for Rod, if that's appropriate. To address some of the concerns that Brendan brought forward, I've heard some concerns as well personally. But for some of our students that are struggling, Brendan mentioned some that are, nervous to go back with final exams pressing, and may not feel as prepared as they typically would have been in a otherwise normal scenario. I think I know what I would recommend to those students, but I just wanted to get your feedback, and maybe sorry to put you on the spot, but a little bit of public commenting, for obviously that student and the family to reach out to the teacher, but if they're not getting their counselors, and then what other avenues may they have, or how should they approach that going in?
Yeah, we've already talked to both the middle school and the high school about final exams, and they've set up situations to support the kids. Obviously, if a student has particular concerns, they can talk to their teacher or their counselor. We have the social work at-risk staff if it's an emotional concern, and obviously our administrative team has always got open doors to talk to as well. But I think it's going to be I think everybody's going to be super supportive when we get back.
I guess I just want to confirm, though, I mean, our intention is to keep the schedule as it's laid out, and then on an individual case by case with a teacher agreement or plan, if we have to address a specific student, that's always available, but that would be on a case by case basis.
The calendar, as far as the schedule goes, the calendar is laid out in the contract. It's laid out on the website. The schools have laid out their internal schedule for exams. So yeah, both the external calendar and the internal exam calendar are both laid out. And yes, students are able to get support. We've been running our MTSS and interventions and supports all the way through the pandemic. So supports and help in one-on-one. In fact, most of the comments that I read, students and teachers they've actually had more conversations with their teachers and made connections when they needed help. Those that are, obviously willing to engage and willing to reach out and ask for the help have gotten the help.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, if I may, and I'll stick with Rod for a minute because Brendan, I think, mentioned this. So just to confirm, there's no, we're not offering any type of exemption on taking exams. Let's say if somebody's got a certain percentage in the class or whatever, we're still expecting all of our students to take their exams.
Exemption for being above, being below. I don't know of any exemptions.
Above.
I know that teachers
Okay.
themselves as a whole group have made some different accommodating positions, but I can't tell you class by class what they've all done. I know that they've laid the schedule out and there's been a lot of accommodations just as a whole, but also individually by subject area and by teacher. I mean, I would have to gather that from Jim and Michelle to get the exact types of, we got 100 secondary teachers, so I couldn't tell you everything that they've done.
Sure. Gotcha.
I can confirm that the administration at both buildings has tried to work with their teachers on, providing flexibility. So as Rod stated, it's I do believe that there are accommodations that are being made as we oftentimes do. But we've not taken the approach to say we're canceling exams for everybody or anything like that. That's not been our decision. That's not been our approach.
Okay.
If I may, just to help everyone understand, just to give you a little bit of reference, some of the things my teachers have told me that they're doing is a lot of teachers say that if your exam, like say you tank your exam grade, it won't count against you, whereas if you have like a lower grade in the class and you do really good on the exam and it would raise your grade, then they would count it. So a lot of teachers are basically saying if you do bad on your exam and it in any way brings your grade down, they'll exempt it. And I had other teachers say that if you have an A, if you're in the A or A minus range, that you're not required to take the test, but that you're encouraged to take it. And then I have Other teachers just lowering the weight for the grade for the exam. So rather than it being 20% of the grade, a lot of teachers have lowered it to 10% and some 15%. So those are just a couple of the examples I know that teachers have implemented.
Well, then how do we know, how do we judge their actual educational level? If we're doing these curves and they're in-home virtual learning, and just by everybody's admission, we're doing these curves. I mean, I don't want to say the kids are getting, doesn't seem like, it's like if they do okay, we'll count it, but if they don't do okay, we're not really going to count it, which hurts our children. That's what I just maybe took from that. I may have taken it wrong.
I think another way to maybe look at it is to say, you know, with COVID, there are a lot of decisions that are outside of control of our kids, and they obviously in classrooms did not necessarily have the same experience. And so you saw that even in the survey results that, you know, I didn't have as much opportunity to get, you know, the questions answered that I was hoping to get answered. And so for some of those kids that have traditionally done very well, it's appropriate in these types of circumstances. And the way that I can maybe make a quick analogy, Chuck, is, you know, in a year that we would have, you know, and we've had mild winters the last winter, but we would have 2 weeks off because of snow days or things like that. Teachers make an adjustment and they make accommodations in those cases because the kids just haven't had the same chance to get all of the available teaching. And so it is a little bit different. And I don't think anybody would argue that there's definitely a lack of it's not the same program that you can offer in face-to-face. And so for safety reasons, we've done these things, but the kids are, you know, essentially we're trying to make some reasonable accommodations as that pertains to that. So I think you're getting at is how do we know, you know, gauge a student's you know, proficiency. We typically do those on our like our STAR math, our STAR reading assessments, and we're doing those over the course of the next month. The classroom grades are one measure, but it's typically going to be reflective of what that student's individual circumstances are in that class. So I don't know if that helps.
It does, but I may not necessarily agree with it, but it helps me because now we can skew numbers, and it's not the same as kids being in school, and then we skew the numbers because we're giving them a little bit of slack because they're not getting as much training as in person. So we're just going to drop the numbers, but then we'll raise them a little bit so it looks like people are performing the same as they were when they were in school, if you judge.
Let me give you a quick analogy.
That's a good explanation, and it helps me.
Yeah, I'll give you just one last comment on that. So I'll throw some blank numbers out there. I'll say a kid has a high school English 10 class, and they're going to take the STAR reading assessment. That STAR reading assessment is the same assessment whether they were online or in person. Now, that doesn't count towards their grade, okay, but it does have an indication of what their level is. So I don't care if they were in school 1 day or 100 days, the assessment's the same. So their classroom grade is going to be based on the available amount of teaching that they've had access to. So if a kid had only been given access to 20 days of instruction, you can't assess them and give them a grade and say, well, I'm grading you on 60 days of instruction, even though you only got 20. You have to give them a grade based on what they were actually assessed on. But if we're looking at what they actually know compared to a normal year, you need to look at a standardized assessing tool like STAR, which is different than their grade because that's the same no matter what modality you're in or anything like that. So that's the data that's going to say our kids are either off track with this or on track with that more than their grade, because the grade is based on what they've been given the opportunity to succeed more than it is you know, the STAR assessment, which is like, this is universal and consistent from year to year.
Have we got that data then from last year to this year?
We do. We will have that data. They're going to be assessing here soon. So we'll have mid-year data. And Rod, if you want to speak to that real briefly to kind of capitalize on that.
Yeah, so the MTSS team decided to get rid of all non-mandated testing just because of the year that we're in. But we are still doing our benchmarking, which is part of the state's requirement through the continuity of learning. So that's the STAR reading and math. That happens in the fall, in the winter, and in spring. And the winter window opened in January, and it closes at the end of the month. So we haven't collected it yet because we're testing when they get back, or STAR has the ability to do online. So there's some classes that have tested already, and there's some that have come into the building to test. We're also doing all of the K-3 diagnostics for our third grade reading law, so that we have the data for our IRIPs, which is our individual reading plans that happen at K through 3, to decide, whether a student is on progress to be reading at grade level by third grade. I would agree with Ben that grades are really just a communication of progress over time. And I would say, Chuck, you say, well, that sounds like those grades are screwed. And I would argue that those grades can be skewed over the last 100 years. You can make that argument. Grades are just different organizations of pulling together whatever that teacher has collected. And if you really want to know about achievement or growth, you're going to have to look at some standardization. And obviously the state paused last year's standardization, and they're looking like they're going to pause next year's standardization. So you're not even going to be able to have a 3-year trend line for 4 more years, because we're going to go 2 years without any statewide look at that kind of a data. But, the STAR will give us some benchmarking on whether they were at grade level or not. And we'll have that data by the end of the month, early February.
That's good, because you told me about that before when we were talking about third grade reading, and you said about 5 to 7% of our kids were below that level when you gave me that statistical data last spring, right around March, because that's when I wanted the kids to go read to the dogs.
Yeah.
We had it in the fall. Did we have it the fall 2020? Do we have it in the fall 2020 to compare to 2019?
We have our STAR data, yes.
Okay, well, have we been provided that? I don't know or was I supposed to ask for it? I apologize.
We usually have our MTSS team look at that. We haven't had a MTSS report. We can definitely bring one after we get the winter data, and you can look at both fall to fall, but also fall to winter to see what it looks like.
Yeah, but we did have part of COVID last year in the beginning, so that's why I'd like to see fall to fall, and then fall to winter as soon as you get the winter one. Okay,
and
thank you.
Just to re-clarify, the 5 to 7% was based on the state's cut line for who would be eligible to have to be held back in third grade, barring some sort of paperwork or something.
Yeah, the deficiency you described to me earlier last year. Right.
Yeah, it's the cut score, right? Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
I have another question, if I may.
Go ahead, Jessica.
And this goes back to, Brendan brought it up. Ben, you mentioned it, but it made me think to ask, what additional members or measures can we take? And I'm really glad to hear and see that you, number one, did the survey to allow teachers to sign up and staff, and that we're going to have the clinic. But is there anything else that you can think of, or if teachers suggested, or are we asking for their suggestions about if we do go back face to face? Is there anything additionally that we can do to be supportive to our teachers and staff?
Yeah, I think we ask that question a lot. For some teachers, the most supportive thing we could do is allow them to come back into their classrooms and teach kids face to face. And for a large number of teachers, it's to allow them to continue to work virtually. And so it's it's unfortunate that we can't just give every single person what their perfect wish list would be. We can do that for a lot of people, but it's just not organizationally, it's not feasible to do that all the time. So we continue to try and make it as safe as possible. I think if we can hurry and get the vaccinations here and have the health department coordinate with us, I think that's going to be going a long way to help some of our staff that are feeling anxious. And that would certainly go a long way, I think, in helping some of them feel more comfortable getting those doses of the vaccination.
Sure. I guess I'm thinking as well as something from not just the teacher saying something that goes out, and not just to parents, but more specifically something, whether it's from you or whatever, to our students. To Brendan's point about the mask enforcement of before the 19th, before our kids are coming back, of saying, listen, this is really important to our staff. We want to be able to teach with you, have our teachers and staff be with you face to face. Can you, respect it and wear your mask like you're supposed to, or whatever? Does that make sense? I mean, is that something that is, to me, it seems appropriate, I guess.
Oh,
asking,
absolutely.
would
Yeah.
that
I
be
think
possible?
it's a great idea, and it's very appropriate. And, if kids are feeling that, and that they're not following to the letter of a T that we expect, then we need to re-clarify that. So I think it's a great idea.
The flu centers, the flu shot centers, is it possible they're going to make them in the schools so they could come out and just vaccinate all of our teachers right at the school that want it? Is that the plan with the health department?
That is what they're hoping to accomplish over the next couple weeks. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of
A
that,
question.
So,
sorry.
Carrie, I don't have a question, but
Go ahead, Mike.
I don't have a question, but I'm prepared to state my position.
Okay, so hold on just a second. I want to give Jessica a chance to ask her last question, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Sorry, just it made me think, just when Chuck said that, are they offering, are we going to be able to offer the health department a flu shot as well, a flu vaccination if people want it? And or is there a way to set that up to let our staff know about that? It is my understanding it's encouraged as well to have the flu vaccination to help minimize, if somebody were exposed and got COVID, that they didn't have both illnesses at the same time. I guess I'm just wondering, is that an additional measure to maybe help our staff to provide some type of resource information for them for that?
It's not in my purview right now. I'm kind of focused a lot on the vaccine for COVID. So it certainly could be. They have not brought that up to us. Right now, I think they're so intensely focused on getting the vaccine out to the first responders and the teachers. And I guess just before you guys get into it, I know we need to move on. The decision tonight is either, when we get to the action items, it's to either reaffirm that we're going to be moving in the direction of the plan that we decided a month ago and come back to school on the 19th, or it's to do something different, and whatever that is would need to be included in the motion, and then we will execute to that end.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to thank all the stakeholders who have shared their positions in this crucial decision that we'll be making shortly. And thanks for your input. For me, it's come down to what is best for the students. And nobody knows better the ramifications involved in what is best for their child than the parents themselves. There is no one-size-fits-all solution here. I wish we could satisfy all the teachers and staff, but that is not possible. No matter what we do here tonight, there will be collateral damage. At the beginning of the school year, we offered 3 modalities: face-to-face, blended, and online, in an attempt to accommodate all families. It is my belief that until all of our staff have had the opportunity to receive the vaccines, that we should continue on the course and honor the choices recently made by the parents and their students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Brian, you had a comment?
I just, getting back to students, all the students are in the modality that they had requested, the preference. Is that correct? All the students?
Well, not right now, because we're on a pause, so we're only virtual right now.
Right. I mean, when we're in full swing, face to face, the hybrid and the online, everybody in that, all the students at that time, they're where they want to be.
Correct.
Okay. When you were talking about teachers and the high risk, I'm going to call it high risk, teachers that are highly anxious, or maybe they've got high risk health conditions. Are they accommodated also? The best we can do? I'm not sure how to ask that question without
We're doing everything we can. If our teachers, for example, have been in chemotherapy or something, we're making sure that they're prioritized to stay remote and stay virtual at this time. Yes.
Okay. Well, that was my concern.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Carrie.
Okay. You're welcome. So as Ben mentioned, our task this evening includes consideration for the students to return on the 19th of January as we had recommended previously, or to then recommend an extension. I've heard Mike say that he's recommending that we would go back, the students would go back based on their parents' preferences.
That's what I agree with too, Carrie. I mean, everybody could tell where I was going with it, but yeah, I think it's the parents' choice. I'm a strong union person, being an ex-union person. I want to honor our teachers. They're working hard. I know that they're under stress, but at some point, if we wait until March 1st, they could then go to May 1st, and then we've lost another year and we've lost more kids. So for what it's worth, I am leaning to go back to school and let the parents make the choice, and echoing what Brian said, which we've already know Ben was going to do that, keep our high-risk teachers away and speed up the inoculation process as quick as possible. Thank you.
Alicia, you had a comment? No? Okay. All right. Are we good to move on? All right. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for answering all those questions, and Rod for answering all the questions. Next on the agenda, we have Apex Learning Course Approval Discussion.
So this will be fairly brief. I'll let Rod do a quick run through. I know it's getting late, but the bottom line is we have courses that are taken asynchronously, and I won't steal Rod's thunder. Rod, I'll let you kind of prep this and go through.
So we have Apex Learning. It has about 100 to 150 courses, and it's going to help tremendously in the second semester to help those kids who are taking courses asynchronously. It is a 6 to 12 program. It has English, math, science, social studies electives. It also has some CTE and some STEM and some world languages. It would be good for use within the VLC, but also for use at the middle school and the high school. It's going to support our continuity of learning plan by allowing kids who are virtual, or even kids who may be split and need an elective because they can't fill out their schedule. And as always, these are graded by a certified teacher, and possibly if they're at the VLC, we'll also have that extra support of the mentor and the life coach who checks in with them and talks to them about their progress. So tonight, I give you the Apex list. It's in your board documents, and we're just asking for approval in addition to all of our courses that we teach at Swartz Creek Community Schools so that we can move forward with these classes.
Thanks, Rod. And I just want to clarify, and I know you just said it, I believe, and Ben had clarified that if a student wants to free up their schedule in a future year or something, or sees something attractive on here, that they could select it, even if they're not fully participating in this program.
Yeah, the way it works, we are licensed for all of these courses for any student in Swartz Creek Community Schools, grades 6 through 12.
Are those programs available during the summer or no?
Yes, this will replace the Kickstand courses and become our new credit recovery courses.
Great. Any questions for Rod? No? Thanks, Rod.
You are welcome.
There's a couple on here I think I want to sign up for. All right. Okay, now we have an opportunity for public comment. Do we have anybody on for public comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Bond award, our favorite topic.
So Jim Venton is on the call tonight. For your consideration, we have the high school bid packages. I will just throw that up on my screen real quick so that, you can see that. Jim, I appreciate you sticking with us through all of this. So the high school bid packages kind of came in where we thought. Not great pricing, but not terrible pricing either. Kind of came in right around where we thought they might. Some of the alternates that were kind of the cherry on top, if you will, are things that I think are going to be a stretch for the budget. So the bond steering committee met today, and we are recommending accepting alternate 1, which is the new art rooms, and accepting alternate 6, which was to keep the national time clock system because it actually has a lot to do with the fire alarm at the Performing Arts Center, and then to not add the alternates 2 through 5. Brian, Mike, Jessica, if you'd like to comment on that. And then Jim, if you are available for questions from the board on any of the packages or any of the alternates, that would be helpful.
Yep. Hey, can you hear me, Ben? I had to switch to my iPad to my computer with that. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I need to apologize. Alternate 6 on the screen that Ben has up right now. The actual number for that is $63,350. We had a typo on that for the 18,700. So just keep that in mind for your consideration.
So Ben, if there were changes made this afternoon, does our agenda reflect those changes?
I believe that the correct number, the only error that was printed would have been the alternate 6 price. And actually, I can think if Joanne, you can see if she amended that. I don't know that she would have had that new number, so it might say the old one. I'm not looking at the information sheet, so I can't tell you.
I did not include any of the alternates.
Okay. So, Jim, can you tell us what the alternate 6 price would be to the dollar so that we could get it right on the resolution?
Yep, it's $63,350.
And that was for what?
Alternate number 6.
Alternate number 6, which is to keep the clock system consistent at the high school instead of having separate clocks at the PAC and the high school. Clock is probably a misrepresentation. It has more to do with the fire alarm system.
And that goes under what vendor, Ben? Absolute Fire?
The vendor for the fire for that is National Time. Is there that's going to be awarded to what contractor? Or is it a variety of contractors, Jim?
No, it's Clements Electric.
Okay.
Okay, so that should be the total that we have currently is $932,000. Will that go up by this amount?
Yeah. We didn't know the actual award recommendation. The base bids was $7,823,977, and that's what's on the backup sheet because we didn't know what alternates were going to be accepted. So, if you accept alternates, then there will be a variety of contract awards that the actual contract prices that change depending on which alternates you elect to to approve.
Sorry for all the questions, but for our purposes tonight, are we then approving $995,350 for Clements Electric?
Yeah, well, yeah, yes, it'd be their 932,000 plus the 63,350. But if you opt to, and that's the complicated part of this, is if you elect to approve alternate number 1 as suggested for the art rooms, that will affect a variety of contractors. We just didn't know what numbers to put on until the board decided which alternates you were going to approve.
So what do you recommend we do, Jim?
Well, I guess yeah, without knowing till after the meeting's over which alternates, I guess I'd approve the base bid cost of $7,823,977. Then whichever alternate you approve, we would adjust the contract amounts accordingly for the contractors.
Okay.
All right, so that does not have to be reflected in our resolution. Correct, Ben?
The resolution does need to reflect that we're approving alternate 1 and alternate 6. And then Jim will work with the contractors to adjust the pricing down accordingly.
And alternate 1 and 6 are both for Clements?
No.
No, alternate 1 is going to include a lot of contractors. So I would just put in the resolution that you're approving alternate 1 for that dollar amount and alternate 6 for the dollar amount that Jim said to Clemens Electric. For alternate 1, you're not going to list a specific contractor. You're just saying you're approving the work. And then the other bid division winners, you're going to proceed as you normally have.
Sorry, alternate 1 is for what amount?
$384,360.
Okay. But no particular vendor because it'll be spread.
It'll be spread out, yeah.
Okay. All right, I just need to make sure.
Yep. Yeah, so you'd approve the base bid as listed on the backup sheets, and then approve alternate number 1 and alternate number 6 if that's your decision. And then we would adjust the contract prices accordingly.
Okay.
And just to a point of clarification for everybody, we have about $10 million in the budget for the high school. So we still need to get a general trades contractor, which is out for bid right now because we only had 1 bidder, and we still have to do the parking lot. So we're going to be right at budget point with this package, and by the time we do that work. So I'm feeling comfortable, but I just wanted you to be aware of kind of where we're at budget to actual on that.
Why do you think it went up, Ben or Jim, to either one of you? I don't know.
Why do we think it went up?
Yeah, it seems like we're cutting it real close. Are we back to everybody's working and they don't need to work, or would it hurt if we put it? I don't know.
No, the prices we got on this are actually pretty good. They're just not. I mean, we got incredible pricing on the middle school. We didn't do as well at the high school, but it's not like these are over budget. So we should remain in budget. It's just a matter of, a lot of the icing on the cake, the things that we would have liked to have done if we had money, it would be cutting it a little bit too close. And we want to make sure we don't, run out of our funds to do things that weren't promised to the community at the outset. So we want to stick to those things.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alicia. Go ahead.
Jim, can you speak to the ones that you're suggesting we not take? Are these things that we're going to be rebidding for? Weren't originally planned? I guess I want to kind of understand where your priority is in all of these.
Those, I'll give you I back up and I'll give you a better. I probably should have done a more thorough explanation. So when we went out to do the high school, because it's our last project, we decided that we would put in the things that we promised the community and the things that we originally planned to do. All of that is in the base bid. It's all done in the base package. Because of the fact that we knew that we were doing well budgetarily and we probably will have some extra money at the end, we said, well, what are some additional things that at the high school are needs that could be designed, but could be designed as alternates? So in the event that the bids came in too high, we could say, hey, we're just going to have to pass on these. None of these things were planned at the outset, but through the design process, we said, well, it'd be a nice thing to have a couple additional science labs. It'd be a nice thing to have, an athletic office that was renovated. It'd be a nice, none of those things were planned in the original bid or in the original bond scope. So we're kind of peeling those back and saying, you know what, we'd rather hold on to the money. We're going to need some contingency money to get the project done. And we just think it's the most financially responsible thing to just stick to what we had originally planned to do. And so when you look at these alternates, don't think that you're compromising. They were never planned from the outset. It was just something that we added if we had extra money.
Okay, then I guess I want to follow that then with, then why though? I mean, I completely agree with the fire alarm system clock thing. That makes total sense. Can you just give us the recommendation on the art rooms versus the others?
Yeah, so the art rooms, the art teachers are currently in the 400 wing of the building. They're on the opposite end of the school. They have little to no windows or natural light that comes in, and they're kind of separate from the rest of the building. We've consistently talked about STEAM, not just STEM. And so our science wing was recently renovated a few years ago. One of the things that we thought with the science rooms that would be nice is for some of the classrooms that don't have the double, lab plus teaching space, it'd be nice to have another space that they could go down to. But we also are building the STEM edition, which is going to also be utilized by a lot of the science teachers. So we felt like it was an appropriate step to move the art teachers and prioritize that, as opposed to, and also the higher price tag for building those science rooms. The athletic offices is certainly not a need. They're fine where they're at. It would be a nice luxury to have new office space, but that's not something that would be, absolutely necessary. And the student toilet rooms, quite frankly, we're addressing a lot of that through sinking fund dollars. RC is going to work, Chuck, when we meet with our building and site committee, RC is coming with some recommendations on, projects that need to be done. Bathrooms can be included in that. And this particular price tag is relatively high for just addressing one bathroom. It's like one boys and girls bathroom for $54,000, and we don't feel like the work is really substantiated by the price. So our thought is the ones that in the future we can renovate toilet rooms. We can't build classrooms. So if you're gonna do art rooms, you're never gonna do it again if you don't do it now. And it's been a need for a long time. So that was kind of the rationale and the thought process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I needed. Because
Yep.
if I look at that, sorry, toilets are a priority. I'm not the value of art by any means, but
no. And I will tell you that we are adding 4 additional barrier-free toilet rooms at the high school. So there will be additional toilet rooms being done, and we'll be looking to renovate the others through some sinking fund dollars.
Okay. These were just specific add-ons that these bids didn't make much sense. But if we're going to do any addition, art took priority over the science, and then obviously the clocks.
Yep.
I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's
All right.
why we need to be in person so we can understand this more instead of being on Zoom like the kids. We need to be all in person so we're all on the same page.
I understand.
We're having a hard time.
Or I've done this first at 6 o'clock. So
Yeah.
All right. So now we have an opportunity for public comment. I understand you have several folks who'd like to speak. After Travis opens up the line, please give us your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
All right, looks like we have 3 people on. The first one up is Janie Giblin. If you can *6 to unmute yourself.
Are you there, Jane?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. You guys have a lot of tenacity. It's been great to hear all the work that you're doing on the board. Thank you so much. I just wanted to finish up my letter real quick. My comments. After I ended up missing a total of 36 days due to COVID and returned to school October 28th. I'm generally healthy, and although I have a thyroid disorder, I never considered myself someone at risk. What I do know is I've never been so sick in all my life. The reason I share this with you tonight is that I'm concerned not for myself. I've already had COVID, so at least for the time being, I'm quote unquote safe. But I am mostly concerned for our students who would most likely fight it off. And I'm not just concerned with the students who fight it off, but I'm concerned for my colleagues and other adults I work with who could contract a severe case of COVID like I had, or students and staff members who might not even know they have COVID, but could bring it home to a vulnerable loved one, an aging parent living in their home, their spouse fighting cancer, perhaps their child with a compromised immune system. I wouldn't wish this virus on my worst enemy, let alone on the families of those in our Swartz Creek community. It's with great humility that I ask you to consider waiting until all staff members have had the opportunity to be vaccinated against this virus before we return face-to-face instruction. We all of us teachers want to teach face-to-face. We don't want to be teaching virtual. It's a lot harder, I'll just tell you. But I appreciate your consideration in what is best for our students, and this is what we think is best for our students, not just for us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jane. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Kaylee LeClaire. If you can hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. First, I just want to say thank you all for the great discussion that you guys are having. I have heard a lot of teachers commenting on why they feel that holding off going back face-to-face is a good idea. I wanted to bring the perspective of a parent of an elementary school person. My daughter is first grade at Cyrene Elementary, and unfortunately, she is one of the smartest kids I know, but the online learning is not for her. Not all students can do the online learning. Not all parents can do the teacher process. I chose face-to-face for my child because I know what she excels at, and being online at home is not it. And I am encouraging you, I am begging you, please take into consideration, I understand the teachers' concerns and their fears. I get it 110%. But every day you are exposed to this virus and millions of others that you don't even know of. And in order for sanity and mental capability and not to cause more damage than has already been done to at least the elementary school kids, I am begging you, please take into consideration what is best for the children, not just what is best for the teachers. Thank you.
Thanks, Kaylee.
Thank you. Last up is Mary Rock. Mary, if you hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak one more time. I do appreciate your thoughtful comments and considerations as a board. I've been listening all along, and I applaud the dialogue that you're having and the questions that you are asking. The data that Brendan has brought is very valid, and I appreciate his work in that effort. There is an option that you could still consider. It sounds like many of you are still leaning toward continuing this plan of learning, but you know, many districts that are face-to-face, they are doing that with a reduced schedule of some sort, a hybrid schedule potentially, and reduced class sizes. I would advocate, if you're thinking of returning, to consider that as a choice, that it would be hybrid for all that come back in addition to our online learning. That would mean that we could cut class size in half. I know Alicia spoke to, are there other rooms? Could we social distance? This would allow for that. we would be able to distance our students a little bit more, have a little more breathing room on our day-to-day basis. You could have students come on a Monday, Tuesday, then take a Wednesday, you do some virtual learning that day and or asynchronous learning. Then on Thursday, Friday, the other half of my class would attend. So I still have a full day of teaching, but I only have half my students part of the week. The remainder of the week, I could have the other half of my students attend. This would solve many issues where parents are concerned that their kids are not seeing their teachers and interacting enough. And this would allow for increased safety for our staff until that vaccine is available. We could then return to a full face-to-face once we were able to safely vaccinate our staff with both vaccines in a full complement. So I hope that you will consider that option as you're discussing, and I know you're going to take some action tonight on this. I appreciate your time, and I wish you luck in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and thanks for all you do.
That was it.
Okay, that's it. All right. I do have a request from Jessica. And I don't know where we want to place it, but maybe in your board comments, Jessica. Can you do that? Okay. All right, great. Speaking of which, any comments or questions from the board? Jessica, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I overlooked. I thought everybody may have gotten the email that the Genesee County Association of School Board members will meet next week, and they need representatives from each school district. I have been the representative for the last couple of years, and I do not mind considering or continuing on as the representative. However, I'm totally okay with passing it along to somebody else, but they do need a representative and an alternate. It has been myself, and Alicia's been the alternate.
Make a motion that we keep Jessica on.
I second.
So I have Chuck and Jack who say they want to support Jessica continuing. Any comments or questions?
And Alicia's the backup.
Alicia?
I'm seeing Alicia tilt her head, and I know her well enough to know that means maybe not.
Well, how about you, Jack?
I appreciate the sentiment. I have enjoyed getting the information. I've been able to attend one to this date, and I cannot commit whether I would be able to in the future. I don't mind going in a pinch with notification, but would open that up to somebody else if possible.
I'll withdraw my motion, Carrie, and restate it if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay, I nominate Jessica to do it, and then John to be the alternate. Jack.
And so, Jessica, can you explain to Jack, is it once a month?
It is a once a
commitment?
month meeting, and you only need to attend if I'm not available for some reason.
Okay. Do you accept that nomination, John? Jack?
I accept the nomination, yeah.
Good. All right. So we have Jessica as the primary and Jack as the alternate. Any comments or questions?
Just so you know what, Jack, you could still attend with Jessica.
That's true.
You know, you can
We just have
go
one
as a
vote.
team if you wanted to.
Joanne, do I have a second to Jack's motion?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
I wouldn't
No
be
other-
such a smart butt and say, although Jessica isn't quite old enough, but he could almost pass as her son, right? We could be a mom and son.
Whatever, Chuck.
We're getting loopy here.
Oh, he's getting there. He's only 19.
All right. Okay. So we have a motion. Jessica, Jack is the alternate. I don't hear any other comments or questions. Joanne, could you do a roll call for that motion, please?
Yes, but can I ask who supported this?
I think I heard Brian say
I
he
did.
was going
I
to.
did.
Yeah.
Brian.
That's what I thought. Okay, Mike,
Yes.
Alicia,
Thank you.
John,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
and Carrie.
Yes, and thanks to both of you for agreeing to serve in that capacity. And we look forward to updates. Appreciate it. Okay, any other comments or questions from the board before we move on to our board action items? Alicia?
I'd just like to comment, you said our next is our action items, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we just heard some other, another compelling argument or option to consider as we make decisions moving forward. I would just like to highlight in the responses that we obtained from families, a hybrid version was the lowest percentage. It has been already, and moving forward even less. So again, I just want to bring a highlight to that.
Thank you, Alicia. Any others? Comments or questions? All right. I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to thank Brendan again, but thanks, Brendan, for your presentation, but even more for collecting the information in such a compelling way. And I read your survey, and it was actually kind of funny. So I know you got the students on board, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. You are so welcome. And so with that, we'll go to the board action items. We've already approved our board calendar for this year. We can move on to the committee and meeting times, and we had determined some changes to committee composition, but also to the meeting times and the days that we're meeting. I would entertain a motion to that effect.
Support.
So moved.
Is that Chuck and Jessica? Any comments or questions?
One quick question.
Go ahead.
Did we have it? I don't know if we've got something spelled out on how we do the committee meetings or what dates. Do we only do them once a month, even when we have 2 board meetings?
Yes.
Okay, so is it just the first meeting of that month? Is that how that works?
It's typically the first meeting of that month, and there will be some additional policy meetings with the overhaul this in the first quarter. But other than that, it will typically be the first meeting of the month.
Okay.
With regard to that, Ben, though, we have a meeting at the end of this month. So will we be meeting at the end of this month?
Right. Our hope is to schedule our first round of committees the week of the 27th, which is be our first meeting. So it would be the 25th. It would actually be the 20th to 25th and 26th now, and then the board meeting on the 27th.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for asking that, Alicia. Okay, any other comments or questions? Hearing none. Joanne, would you do a roll call, please?
Sure. Alicia,
Hold on, I just muted. Sorry. Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
and Brian.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, next we have the approval of reaffirmation of the Swartz Community Schools Extended Continuity of Learning Plan. I do need, when you make the motion, to be clear on what it is that you are promoting.
Can I make a motion that we
Kelly?
Well, wait,
go ahead?
I'm sorry.
I was going to make the motion that we go back as planned.
I support that.
So I have a motion that of the students return on the 19th.
Correct.
Is that correct? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes,
And
I
then-
make a motion. Let's go back on January 19th on the 3 different levels, choice of the parents. And I don't have any, I'd like to add just one little thing. I liked what the other the teacher said at the end of the meeting. And I know Alicia's concern was that was the least, I think, on the survey, but I think if Ben could look into it, that's all I ask. If something happens, there's a fall through. So I don't even know if it's appropriate at this time.
Thanks, Chuck. And Jack, you're supporting that?
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Just a comment. Can you clarify that, Carrie, and just reread so we know what we're answering?
Sure. Be it resolved, the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approved to reaffirm the Swartz Creek Community Schools extended continuity of learning plan as presented. I am clarifying that means that we would recommend that they return to school, whatever modality they've chosen, on the 19th of January, as we originally had suggested. Are there any questions on that? I want to make sure everybody's.
Are we going to put a date on that?
It's already in.
On the
Pardon?
19th? On the 19th, Mike?
Okay, but effective on the 19th, but what about having it until March 1st when we can review it?
What?
One comment on that. I think in the event that we have an emergency and the health department would recommend that we close, you obviously know, as I've demonstrated this year, I would do that in an emergency situation. But you're going to have to review this plan every month by law anyway. So you'll review it again at the board meeting in February, and then at the board meeting in March, April, May, and June. So you'll review it each month, and we'll continue to provide you with data so you could make a decision at any of those points.
Okay, I just want to confirm that we're going to honor the parents' choices that they have just recently made in regarding to picking from the three modalities, correct?
Yes. I'm seeing nodding of heads. Yes.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, that was yes.
That would be for second semester, though. I want to clarify that. When they go back next week, they're going back to what they had before.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Parents have the choice of the three modalities, right?
I think I can clear up the confusion. If I understand the motion is to return to school on the 19th in the modalities that the parents had selected in the fall. The parents have selected new modalities at the start of the second semester, which starts the following week. So we would start the second semester the following week. The original plan to bring people back on the 19th was to give them a chance to reacclimate before exams and things like that. So to clarify, they'll be going back to their existing class modality that they had before the pause, and they will then be transitioning to their new modalities the following week at the start of the second semester.
Thank you.
Is that clear to everybody? I just want to make sure before we vote. Go ahead, Alicia.
Well, go ahead, Alicia. I have a question on that, but go ahead.
Second semester is 2 weeks. Am I right?
25th, right, Ben?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're only in for a week, Alicia.
So they go right back on exam week, or that next week is exam week?
Exam week is next week.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
And if I recall, we talked about the 19th because it would give the teachers time to see the students again before their exams or before the second semester. Is that correct, Ben?
That was correct.
Part of it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I have one question, although I made the motion. Why are they forced to go back in the same modalities they had in September? Why can't they change now? I mean, is there a reason why?
The amount of complexity in changing the schedule, we've been working for the last 2 months to build the second semester schedule. So, I mean, we wouldn't be able to just create a whole new schedule right now.
Okay. No, that's a good enough explanation, Ben. Just logistically, you can't do it. I understand it. Okay.
Yeah, and Chuck, can I just add, from anything 6th and up, they may have completely different classes a week later.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Joanne, could you do, please?
Yep, Brian,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
Jessica, Jessica,
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking for a moment. Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Carrie.
Yes.
That's 7 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right, moving on. The approval of the Apex Learning courses. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Support.
Brian and Chuck, any comments or questions? Hearing none. Joanne, could you roll call, please?
Oh, do you want to read it first, Carrie?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm tired. Be it resolved that the Swartz Community Schools Board of Education approve the Apex Learning courses as presented.
Mike,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
and Brian.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. Motion passes. Okay, Ben, I am going to phone a friend here. I may need help on this because I took notes, but want to make sure I reflect what it is that we discussed. I would entertain a motion to approve the bond bid awards with the alternates. Line number 6. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Support.
Mike and Brian, any comments or
Right.
questions?
Yeah, one question, Carrie, to
Sure.
Ben. I might have missed it in the first discussion. Did the bond committee approve all this? Ben, did you review it with them?
We did. We reviewed it today. We had a good discussion. There was some thought about possibly adding the toilet rooms, but when we talked with the architect, it was really just one set, and we thought it would be a better solution to address that later on at Building and Site and talk through it there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that they were pretty much in agreement with what we discussed. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I am going to read the resolution and I'm going to add the alternates at the end. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approved the Swartz Creek High School bond bids award the following: Graham Construction for concrete in the amount of $643,097. McMath Masonry Inc. for masonry in the amount of $934,800. Howard Structural Steel for metals in amount $379,016. Bayer Roofing Company Inc. for roofing in the amount of $555,200. Architectural Glazing Systems for glass and glazing in the amount of $686,000. Tri-City Acoustical for drywall insulation in the amount of $570,140. Superior Floor Coverings for flooring in the amount of $104,744. Hawk Painting for painting in the amount of $118,114. Brainerd Enterprises for lockers in the amount of $29,625. Intercall LLC for telescoping stands in the amount of $121,558. Absolute Fire Protection for fire protection in the amount of $85,127. S&D Mechanical for mechanical in the amount of $2,292,700. Clements Electric Inc. for electrical in the amount of $932,000. Tri-City Groundbreakers for site work in the amount of $393,000. Chippewa Asphalt Paving for paving and surfacing in the amount of $45,170 for a total cost of $7.8 $7,823,977. In addition, we are approving alternate 1 at $382,360 and alternate number 6 at $63,350. Did I miss anything?
That is correct.
Okay. Joanne?
Brian,
Yes.
Chuck,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Alicia,
Yes.
Jessica,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Carrie.
Yes.
And that's 7 yeses.
Thank you, everyone. All right. With that, unless there are other items before this board or comments or questions, I want to thank all of you. I know these are challenging times, staff. We are very sensitive to what the community is going through. The teachers, the parents, the students. I want to thank all of you. And I want to thank you for asking such great questions. And Ben and your team, thank you for doing the great work that you do. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I actually say something real quick?
You may, Jack.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you all for being so welcoming to me and so pleasant and nice to me. I greatly appreciate that. Being a young man coming in here, it means a lot to me that you guys would do that. And I just wanted to say thank you more than anything else.
Thank you, Jack. And you just got to help spend $7 million in your first meeting. So thank you. Wow.
I almost said pass, Jack, because I was afraid. That's a lot of money. Where'd you get that picture of the bookcase behind you? We all want that so we look more professional.
I just Googled bookcases.
We get to see all our houses. You got it going on already with the bookcase stuff. I like it. I love it.
Well, welcome, Jack. We are so happy for us, and feel free to ask questions of us now, or during the meetings or offline. Everybody's available. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Chuck,
Support.
Brian, comments or questions?
One more. When are we going to meet again, Ben? When's the lift off?
The 27th is when we're meeting. The building and site and finance committee are going to be on Monday, the 25th.
No, I mean, can we meet in person? Can we meet in person? Or is that not viable yet?
Oh, so technically right now, the emergency order does not allow gatherings outside of 10 people from 2 or less households. So, I'm not here to defend the rationale behind anything. I'm just letting you know what the order is.
We just put our kids back to school, but we can't meet. It's crazy. Okay.
I understand. I share the frustration. So we're hoping that we get more updates this week, if not early next week, on maybe that being allowed to come back to those meetings. A lot of districts around the county have been chomping at the bit to get back to meeting in person as well.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
That's all.
Carrie, one more thing, Carrie.
Yes, sure.
I just wanted to welcome Jack. I think he's going to be an excellent complement to our board.
As do we. Thank you. All right. I will give you a break, Joanne. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thanks. You guys are troopers. Talk to you soon.
At least we can just hang up instead of